Whoa. Robin Hood. Damn. Ross is up $200,000. What kind of more? Y'all said nothing was moving. Morning, morning. All right, let's see what's moving here. Aw. This BMNR is looking for that daily, isn't it? 25 level. Camp circle. SPAT too. Okay. Nice on SBAT. Oh, I missed him. Damn it. That was a not good break. Come on, get back up. 123. Wow. Okay. Got $200. Okay. Cores came in back out. Is this gonna run right into 125? S-bet, no chill. Straight up. ASST has a level at 795. Come on, give us a pullback before you go break that 125. Oh, that fill was horrible. Oh, that's a horrible fill. This thing is juicing. Selling going on up here. Oh, that's a bad fill. It's all right. S-bet 1 minute. 65, it looks like. Oh, I'm too slow. Still moves good though. 88. BMNR 1 minute. ASST 1 minute. Here's 20. Little slow again this morning on that. Fail pretty hard here. I'll try again. I'll make it out. I had a really bad entry. It's probably gonna go high today, but really bad entry. It's moving. Yeah, I want Hood to fill that gap, and then I get interested on it. Which you're about there. See if I can base out in this area. Watch circle coming up pretty big here. Oh, what is this? 201.80. Stalled out right at the level. Come on. There you go. See, you just needed me to sell most of my position. This is over 202. There it is. It was 60. Which were there. Come on, get moving. Two, 3, 10. Yeah. All right, I'm out. Yeah. Bunch of levels here, breaking through there, selling into the upper Bollinger Band. Bada bing, bada boom. BMNR. Did that cock? No, of course not. Ugh. Okay. It's a $500 loser, right? That. Circle still going. That was a nice play. S-bet at the VWAP. See if it holds up there. I want to see this turn into a W play, which would be basically high day as well. 9 EMA. Let's see if it holds. $80, $85, $86, $87. Got the cock. Not doing anything. It's a failed move. $500 loser. All right, well, the entry now will be a 128 break. Now you're doing 5-minute cuck. Circle still chooching. That was a nice 1 minute on circle. Still green? Yeah, okay. Okay. Still green. See if 125 can hold. It's the daily level. What the hell? You're gonna juice now, aren't you? You're gonna freaking juice now. Break 128. Did I lose internet? Did I lose internet? Whoa. Holy shit. This froze though, right? Am I crazy? That just froze. Holy shit balls, dude. That scared the piss out of me. There it is. 129 break. See ya. Can we go for 130? That not really opening up here. Gotta take it off. Good exits. Damn, that scared the shit out of me. Like everything just froze. I don't know if it was price action freezing or, which I doubted. Damn. That's scary. That's been, yeah, it's got a 5-minute that I'm waiting on. Oh gosh, you know when you freaking got, you know, $80,000 in a stock that could get T12 any second, yeah. I didn't lose power, did I? Good there. What's up, Bishop? Circle, nice 1 minute. Hood trying to make a run at that bottom again. $129 break on this. I'm back in. $60, $30. Got it. This thing hasn't really stretched its legs yet, so you got to take kind of profit on it. 31 test. Can we get the bid over 50? Got it. Right against the upper Bollinger Band here. Hold 131 maybe, and we'll take a run at 132. Here's your run. Yep. Okay, 133 on the ask. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Daddy's eating good tonight. Daddy's eating whatever he wants at Taco Bell, right? Whatever he wants with however many sauce packets he wants. Boom! Cuck and go in a circle over here. Kind of shitty entries, but we'll take it, I guess. See if we can get that 208 level. Got it. $209. Jeez. Okay, you broke that. Taking it off. It's a nice little cuck and go. So here you had this setup just like this. I didn't realize it was at the daily close from yesterday too. So kind of a failed candle over candle right here. Price action retests. Tries to go low here after this failed move. So you'd think the shorts would load up. It doesn't do anything for them. Instead, price actually comes right back up and breaks this high. So these guys are trapped. Then you get this kind of a move as they're exiting. Long step back in. BMNR, back to the high day. Missed the 1 minute on it. It's starting to base out. I'm gonna take a flyer here, see if it can curl out of this basement. Kind of swinging this for a second. Alert on ASST's hitting. Okay, I see it. Missed the 74 break. $95. Got it. $8 if I'm lucky. Oof. Kind of reject it. I'm gonna take that off. It's a little early in that. A little premature. Thought I could try it, but now you got a 5-minute cuck set up. Retest this level again. KNW from yesterday starting to go. Waffle? Sounds like a challenge. Yep, there's hood breaking that 5-minute level. Circle with a 1 minute. $207.75. That was gonna go. No. ASST did another cuck and go there. 207.57. Oh, okay. 50. Starting to get the crossover here on the MACD. So if this doesn't slingshot back up, we might go into a little bit of a pullback. BMNR 134 break. Gonna be watching that one. So this is a 5-minute cuck. Not interested in that one anymore. Interested up here. Hood, low a day. ASST juicing. They can. Yeah, Anthony, they can. Typically, though, price will start working its way back into the Bollinger Band, but it can stay outside of it for a while. But that's rare, right? ASST, freaking 880 next level. So watch ASST 1 minute. Setting up right now. The cock study. Go. 1 minute and cock. SRFM. Man, these are just the tickers that I was using yesterday. I haven't even looked at what's moving today. Crazy. Egg daily about to hit. Watch that one. If it gets going. I ran. Okay. SRFM juicing. Minar coming back up. Levels is 31. Setting up for a 5-minute curl. Back these down. This thing's got some wild range. I'd be willing to try to scalp it, even though technicals don't look the greatest. ASST 1 minute. Maybe. Okay, we're right back. Oh. but still chooching down. Sorry, FM 1 minute. ASST back up after I exit, of course. Cuck? Is it cock?
You da man SJ.
Who's that? Pound. 12 months. Years. Let's go, bud. Got the year. $29.80. Trying to push that down. Crack a 150 reclaim, I'd be down. Just looking for a candle over candle here. This cock didn't do anything, but this is a big psychological level, 128.50 in the 50-cent marker. They're trying to push it. Okay, they got it. $29.15. I didn't do anything with that. It's a bunch of cuck going. It's short share restricted. Wow. Didn't realize that. Circle curling back up. Watch the 5. SRFM's got levels. Oh, I just about to freaking. I looked away for a second. Son of a gun. Now I'm chasing it. Damn it. I looked away for a freaking second and I was about to put an order in right there. Oh! increase competition credit score system because they allow lenders to use Vantage 4.0 score with no current requirements. Whoa, seems like a big deal. So lenders you can use Vantage. Try a piece of this. FICO's fallen. Spreads are kind of wild here. This cannot be good for Equifax, though. Spreads just went $3 wide. Come on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, go high a day. Yeah, because, you know, that makes sense. Yeah, go high a day. Don't need to use your system anymore. Go high a day. Go high a day. Yeah, all of you. Makes perfect sense. All right, circle, 5 minute. True now. Yeah, okay. Oh, they own the Vantage. So TRU owns Vantage. Okay, that makes sense on that one. Some weird ass price action, dude. Oh, 96. Well, I got it back. Where's my entry? 94.20, somewhere in there. What? So EFX owns Vantage, part owner. Damn it, that's why they moved. So with WKHS, jeez. SRFM. But can you explain what will happen with existing options for cores after cores bought them? Also, you have any opinions? Core wave after the buy. Well, I don't know. You're getting into fundies here. From what I understand, it's a good buy for CoreWeave. As far as the options, it's gonna. I mean, I would assume they close out however the underlying is, and since it's a share purchase, you know, there's no dollar amount set, so you're kind of beholden to how Circle moves. Circle continues to move up. CoreWeave should move up with it. Kind of tied together like that now. But yeah, I don't know much about the fundamentals of things. What's up, wannabe? How you doing, homie? SMCI. Looks juicy. Does look juicy, I'll give you that. Right now, I like what Circle's doing. Everything else is kind of. I need to figure something else here. What's up, Ado? $30. Take it. That's just a little W right there. That was actually a flat top as well, but I'll take it. Small win. I mean, it's just $100 bill sitting on the ground. Who's not going to pick it up? What's the poll? SJ break 260 today. Dang. We shall see. BMNR 5 minute. I'm gonna go to the potty real quick. Break. Not above it. What am I holding? I don't have anything right now. I'm all cash. I'm about to go potty and come back, and then I'm gonna make fat stacks. That's the plan anywhere. This Zap is juicing. What is this thing? All right, be right back. Can A? Oh, just looking at the picture. Oh, we're good. We're Gucci. Egg with the daily. No volume. What's up with this Zep? 10-minute halt, too, huh? S-bet trying to break ranges. Jeez, mother of God. Who is it? Nene's. I am a professional. What's Zep quoting? Curious. Ooh. Oh, this has got the China dump look on it, doesn't it? SRFM. Got a level here at 606. I don't know if it just cracks it or goes to 620. Best bet, cuck and go. Didn't do anything. Zap. Should open like 40 seconds here. Steady is drawing the white support resistance lines. Or no, I draw that. Those are my lines. The white ones are mine. Yeah, this stuff, that's me. So maybe 10 seconds, supposedly on Zap. I guess this is opening like. Oh, there it is. Basically flat. I'll go dip and rip. Oh, dip and dump. Dip and dump and rip. Maybe. All right, I'm lucky to get out of that one. Oh, there it goes. Oh, no. Still not opening up, though. This is kind of weird. Made a small amount. Still really weird price action. hit 1 million leverage. Damn right, baby. Let's go buy 1 million Bitcoin. Circle trying to get this 750. Yeah, it's just all over the place. I don't know what it wants to do today. Zap, high day. BNMR. Potential.
He's starting paid August 1st. No change, no extension will be granted. S&P seeing a spike in activity.
There you go. That's the reason for the SPY movement. Annie, you in this? Are you in this zap? Where's the 200 at? On the weekly. $750. Kill it, Annie. Let's go. Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. Ow! And I'll screw it up for you. Are you Michael Jackson fan? I was a huge Michael Jackson fan as a kid. That scream was so accurate. I know. It was pitch perfect, wasn't it? Someone clip it. I want to hear it back. I want to listen myself. Touche, Darksy. Touche. Jeez. That's right, B. Zap looking for a 1 minute. That could juice. Big Dave. Unbelievable. Smoking hot. It was just, I just summoned it up. It was perfect. It was Amazon spending down 14% in the first hour, they said. Yeah, well, Prime Day is ass. There's like no deals ever. Wish it got bigger here. Damn. Well, you're I think I broke 260 for the poll. For the prediction. Shop. So yeah, Beta Check had that one. See where this bounces. Prime Days. The TV I bought 4 years ago. I waited for Prime Day to buy the TV. And I bought it on Prime Day. And then as soon as Prime Week or whatever it was over, the TV dropped like $500. I was like, you just had it as a Prime special. And then you cut the price after Prime Week? Like, I don't care about your stupid Prime Week anymore. So ever since then, I could give a shit about Prime Day and Prime this, whatever. Prime my ass. Needs to break this 220 again. It's going the wrong way. Almost got it. 82. There's the 1 minute. I wonder where that statistic came from. Prime Day spending was down. Big push, low a day. '20s. BM and R has some levels here. They're looking for something. Okay. Shit, too slow. Just literally typing in my stop limit order. Ugh. Ugly. Stop it. No, I'm gonna get out. What is the cost of using $1 million margin to make $250 in 2 minutes? 0. I don't get charged anything unless I hold overnight. AMPA. All right, I gotta look at what Siri posted about this. Hong Kong. Circle coming back up. To 680. See if this 20680 level does anything. 207. Now it's 20750. 30. Selling some. I don't have the best entry. 30 again. 20750. Come on. Test. Come on, juice monster. All right, I'll re-enter. Is it trying? Thought it was. Ask keeps walking down. Not a good sign. 207.50. Nice work, Matt. That's what I'm talking about. Got that circle breakout from the day for you. Nice. Best day ever. I want to see it. I want to see it posted in Discord under the best day ever category. This week has been, or this month has been just stupid, man. Zero. Look at it real quick. Posted that it was a Hong Kong one specialized in designing and printing high quality financial print material. So I'm kind of staying away from the China IPOs, especially the. I mean, look at them. Let's just call it Asia. $4 to $6, $4 to $5, $4 to $5. Hong Kong. It's just like it's the same story, and they haven't. This one is the guy that did Fat N. So maybe, but they're just not doing anything recently. So until they do something, I'm not really interested. Gripmaster Beef. They've all been just almost instant sells. Like just, oh, okay, we're just going to take these shares and dump them. Amazon bouncing pretty hard. Trump cabinet meeting. So big old circle jerk, and then we'll get some press reporter questions. Could move some markets. No doubt they're going to talk tariffs, so we probably need to chime in on that one. Tune into that one. Whoa, pH. What's going on with pH? PHH, sorry. This looks like, if you've ever been on Pump Fun, this looks exactly like a chart from Pump Fun. Just up, 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 systematically, and then you're looking for like that dump candle. Is this halted down? Showing 24 by 28. Circle coming back up. 206.80. For another run at that 207.50. Markets are starting to juice a bit. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Speaking of soils, you gave us a very interesting position yesterday, the pill and all. I was looking forward to today you giving us another one that we need to try out. Mind blowing. So next time we try it out, we all think of you as we're in bed. Well, it broke. It's not doing anything. The exit. Good exit there. This one sucked. Can you play the AI berries and cream? Play the AI? Where is this one? This is me? Oh, for crying out loud. The problem there, I gotta bump it up some. You all have way too much time on your hands, you know that? Way too much time on your hands.
When I was a little lad, if I wanted berries and cream, Mummy made me do the little lad dance. Now Mummy's gone. But I still like to do the little lad dance, and you might too. It looks a little something like this. You look wonderful. Now, sing the berries and cream song.
Hang on a second. I gotta change something. Okay.
Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Up the octave, go for it. Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Easy peasy. Nice and easy. Light and breezy. Mmm, delicious. And that's it. Oh, that was it.
The golden tomato. It's a beautiful thing. MSGY open. And down. Halted. Zap, interesting. As I say that, it gets dumped on. $200K worth of openings? Jeez. Thank you, Chickabow. I was wondering where you were. No, okay, so this is why I got on late today, talking about Warhammer, Obi Stonks Kenobi. I got into the rabbit hole of watching Squidmar, or whatever his name is, paint the two Titans, whatever they're called, some Titan, Warlord Titan, two of them. They're each $2,000 each, and they made like a diorama out of it. So every video was like 15 minutes long, so I had to watch to the end of this diorama. And then they auctioned it off, which I never saw that part, but it took me till 3 a.m. I just couldn't stop. Mood, that's what I'm trying to do. Hey, boys and girl, listen, I need more defense on TikTok. I'm getting called a paper trader, and I'm like, I got an army that doesn't know there's a war going on. Shut up, Hunter. Shut up, B. Like, you guys like starting shit, Soils. Get on there. Start some shit. Plus, I need the engagement. TikTok does this thing that you have an hour, like, or not an hour. When you upload a video, if you don't get 10 points, and points are accumulated by either likes or comments. Comments are like worth 2 points. Likes are like worth 1, whatever. If you don't get 10 points in your first 350 views or so.
What happened 260K? How? What? When? Congrat?
Thank you. If you don't get those 10 points or what, it might be 12, I don't know what it is, then it just turns off your video from going out to the world, the nether worlds. But yeah. Where the hell is my army at? Like, this one guy needs to get blown up. Let me find him. Yeah, this guy. This is the asshole. Look at this guy. Huh? It's a funded account. It's not his money. It's a lot of risk. A lot more risk losing loaned money, I think. This guy needs to freaking get blown up. Understand me? This guy needs to get blown up. You know, they just love how they just, oh, it's a fake account. Oh, yeah? You watched a 20-second video and you know this platform I'm on, and you know that this platform's a fake account. E-Trade doesn't even have paper trading on E-Trade Pro, I don't think. I don't know. They might. But they certainly aren't funding. You think E-Trade's going to fund? You think E-Trade's going to fund an account? No, I was trying to start shit, Koopy. I'm not trying to convince him. I'm trying to get the engagement farming going on. Come on, man. Shut up, Guac. Just misspell every title. Is that it? Is that the freaking... I have to try that. Shut up, Obi Stonks. Including profit of the day trade in the first second. The video may also increase retention. I've tried that. It's a very niche. I don't know. I think I'm somewhat shadow banned too. If someone freaking reports you for something, you get like auto shadow banned. And there's no one to contact. Paper count Portnoy. All the nipples. Yeah, man. TikTok doesn't like any cursing. Not at all. We've brought some people in from TikTok. I don't know if they're still here, but they've been here before. Curse bad boobs and ask good. Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Yeah, I got my eye on that SRFM. We'll see. There you go, Alex. I see you, Alex. I see you, Alex. Cores with the freaking rip. ZBSA. Oh. Kind of like where your head's at. It's 200 here. Getting pressed. I like this. What's the news on it? Is there a pre-market level on this? Oh. see. Oh, I see. Got it. It's kind of dying off here. This month has been just stupid. It's literally been all BMNR. News, trading, news, trading, 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 trading. This one was news, but I got it wrong, but I made it up for on the other one. This is parent. Shut your face, Guac. It's a pretty good month. Damn right it is. Jeez. How many days in are we? Of actual trading days? We got Tuesday, Wednesday, half day last Thursday. Then we have today and yesterday. So we're 4.5 days in. It's stupid. Averaging 4K a day. I hope that continues. Not in any position to tell you how to trade, but don't you think you could maybe take a tad more risk on these $1, $2 ones? At least from what I see. I tend to, Cosmo, but again, I have to scale up. So like with BMNR, I was taking 250 early on, and it moved so big. But on my like last trade through here, I was taking like 1,000 shares. So I still am gonna temper it based on the volatility of the stock. But I do size up when I have an appropriate cushion. You know, if you take 1,000 shares on this thing and you're wrong, like that's $2 drop that you got to eat. So I still have to keep, I have to weigh that. On normal stocks, I just don't have a setup on anything else right now. I'm taking 2,000 to 4,000, probably for 4,000 at this point. Shut up, Hunter. Or last month, early when I told you were going to finish the year at over 500K, scoffed at me. That's a lot. That would be a lot. Zach. Be quite a bit. Zach. Just curious, not trying. No, I get it, Cosmo. You're just asking if I should scale. I am. All right, let's see what this thing does on a 5-minute. You got the pre-market level that everybody's watching at that 123. This is very thickly traded for, what is this, 4 million share flow, 4.7. So no, it's run by the freaking computers right now. '21, '22, and then '23. See what you do. Just gonna press it. Nope, nope. Oh, this is when the bars kind of come into play when there's so many shares on the bid and the ask. I like to see the bid bar being bigger than the ask when you're at these levels for kind of a break. Like right now, I want to see that bar. There we go. There we go. There it is. And right back down. And they're chewing it. Damn. Damn. Get back up. Get back up. It's got to hold 120. 6 hitting the lows. Nice call. Is Nick in Discord? Yeah, Nick's in Discord. I haven't seen him. Oh, he posted about Circle earlier on, I saw. He's in Discord voice right now. Locked. That is one thing that I was going to get you guys to, I don't know, peer pressure someone. One of our baller traders, we need to get him on the mic. Hilo, Dev, Nick, Cheese. Definitely not Soils. Kind of Texas speech. Oh my gosh. No. This is my last month. Soils, whatever happened to You're experimenting with options.
I need to be a millionaire by next week.
I feel like I'm going to knock your share session. No, Cosmo, I understand the question, bro. I understand the question. I didn't take it at all. Listen, I'm not some bitch boy. I know that you meant sincerity behind your question. Relax. I might have some peaches and cream memes, but that doesn't mean I'm a bitch boy. Starting to fail here. MACD's down. There's streamers that ban you for asking questions. Not this one. We let a lot of things go here. I don't know if you noticed. Zep with some juice. Alright, just gonna bail on this. If it can give me some kind of structure, I'll get back in. But it's just doing nothing. BTCS, I see that. Getting some daily levels. Sarah Daly, 250 break here. It's a big buyer. Fiverr's taking a freaking dive. What's that about? I missed the. I was trying to get in at 6. Both my fills were kind of ass. Damn, throw it. Can you go break 14 as well? There you go, Cosmo. This is a 4,000 share position. Do it. Trying to get rid of the tax hike and Trump bill. Watch PENN. This is from Beta Chuck. Get rid of this. Boom. Back over here. There's an effort to repeal it, I should say. Proc juicing. Sort of beta check. Bipartisan effort mounts to repeal gambling tax hike in Trump bill. So that doesn't mean it's going to, but these headlines tend to get a little bit of a poppy. Cash it in. Taxes and losses. Yeah, it was really. It's a way. Part of me thinks that the sports books were behind putting that in there, and I saw a social media post about it, and it made sense. It gets rid of the profitable gambler, the ones that the house hates. Because they can't deduct their losses from their wins, which is stupid. Also kills poker. Like, you got to wonder who put that in there. Like, what lobby group was pushing that? Because that's not something that a senator or a House rep is going to think of them on their own. Hey, let's get rid of. Basically, they have wash sales and losses now, right? What is it now? You can only subtract 3,000 of your losses a year or something like that. Stupid. So you got to wonder what group pushed that. How hard do you think to leave your 9-to-5 job and become a full-time investor trader? Extremely hard. For instance, the years that I made $900,000 and $1.3 million, 2020 and 2021, or was it 2019, 2020, whatever it was, I was still coaching soccer on the side because I was fearful that it would all come to an end at some time. Like, I just needed to have something on my resume showing that there was no gaps on my resume if I ever had to like leave trading because it didn't work out. And I'm here making $1 million, and I was still, not because I wanted to, trust me, did not want to. Coaching, I coached the collegiate level. I didn't really want to coach little kids for money. I mean, I'll coach a friend's kid or whatever, but not as a full-time job or part-time. Not something I really wanted to do. But I was still doing those side jobs just to keep that gap off my resume in case it didn't work. So it's a mentality thing. Finally, after the $1.3 million year, I gave it up. But it's hard, man. You're constantly doubting if you can do it. I'm having a killer year. If I have a really bad day, say I lose like $10,000, $15,000, I will completely wonder if I can do this anymore. Those thoughts will creep in. And then I think to myself, it's one day. This is not the end. If I have back-to-back-to-back red days, which hasn't happened in a while, but when that happens, that'll dick you. They're like, when is my next green day? What the heck? Where did the light switch go? Someone turn it back on. What's my gain so far this year? I think we're at 170 now. Look. Yeah, 172. But aren't you in a place where you don't need to do anymore? You should have all scrolled. Well, I spent it all in dirt, rock, and taxes, so. You ever take like a week off trading some months? No, I try not to. I try not to. Thank you, Bogus. Lost how to do something. That's right, Cosmo. Am I trading an LLC? No, I don't. But Nick does. He could probably tell you more about that and the benefits of it. Why don't you, as opposed to Chase, who thinks it's always on a break? I don't like to, because A, I like making money, especially when the fishing's good. But yeah, I don't know. You do get, you know, that endorphin rush. So it's a little bit of a chemical thing. You do get that endorphin rush when you're having, you know, 4K, 5K a day, whatever, a really good day. That makes you like hate weekends and you can't wait to get back to work and you need to get your fix. So there's that part of it that I completely acknowledge. You do get a rush, that adrenaline rush, whatever you want to call it. You do get that. But like today, after watching Warhammer videos all night, I didn't want to get up today. I was like, I don't need to get up. Let's just not get up. But I'm not against taking a vacation, but you do lose the feel for what you had going, and sometimes it takes a while to get that back. Certain stocks that are juicing, you don't have the pulse of them. It takes a while to figure it out again. Things are, if you take a week or two off, things feel a little weird coming back. No problem, coach. So when I turn 60, I should trade mostly my Roth, and I can take out profits tax-free. You can take out, I don't know the things about withdrawing or when you can withdraw from a Roth. Is it 60? But yeah, you should. I trade in my Roth now. I don't take the profits out, but yeah. Tax-free, man. So I have a newbie question. Someone with a big amount of money, let's say 300,000, can't that person like push the resistance levels, especially on stocks with news and all that shit, and have a big advantage over lower budget traders? Not really sure what you're asking. Are you talking about just making more money? Sure. Count size will allow you to take, to scale more, take more size, and more size means more risk, and more risk means bigger rewards, bigger losses. Oh, can he move a stock with 300K? Oh, it depends. Depends on the stock. I mean, you're not going to move Tesla with $300,000. But some penny stock with a 500 share float, yeah, you'll move it. But even then, algos jump on. Look at the ZVSA. Look at this piece of shit. This is a 4 million share float. It's $1. And it's getting over about 2 million shares of volume. Like your 300K ain't gonna even make this thing blink right now. So it just depends on the stock. The computers are in this one. That's why you see these massive volume days, right? As the days where the computers are in it and then nothing. Computers are in it, nothing. Computers are in it. Yeah, this is over the 200 now. This should juice well. Glad I got out for you all here. Yeah, I mean Ross can move a stock, but he's taken like 20,000, 30,000 shares at times before there's even volume in a stock. Like you're gonna move it for sure. But then as soon as like the market makers join in, it's a lot harder. But you know, you do a 30,000 share market order, you're gonna probably move some things. PM&R coming back up. But even then, he doesn't move it, you know, crazily. Do I collect Warhammer? Nope, don't even know how to play. I just am interested in the guys that paint it. That's it. 30K shares on a $5 stock. It's about 150K. It depends on the float size head. You know, if the float is 1 billion shares, you're not going to move it. ZVSA 138. I had the right idea, it's wrong timing. $40. What's your take on prop accounts? I've never used one, so to me, seems like the way they make money is keeping you in their system, making you pay to take the next test and the next test and fail and the whatever. I mean, you have to think of how they're making money off of you, because it's probably not being a successful trader. So part of my understanding is that I just don't understand how they work and function. Like, how can you float somebody some money and then them go lose it all, and you be okay with that? Like, are they even trading real stocks? Like, I don't know. It seems scammy to me, but some people have used them and said good things about it. I'm not one to really comment on it because I don't understand the model. A futures thing? I have no idea. POTUS Live, thank you. Let's watch this.
Because that's what happens. The president goes and everyone's around focused on. I don't want anyone to focus on us, but it's possible they could have somebody saved still. You know, there's a lot of
Halting
areas.
out. Oh.
It's a big area, and you know, it's probably unlikely at this point, but there could be. I mean, they're thinking there could be the possibility, but what a tragic situation. A good job, and we'll see you on Friday, and we'll finish out the day here. I think you've been reading a lot about, it's a terrible topic when you talk about financial after this, but we have a big country and we've been doing very well. The tariffs, as you know, are starting to come in at record levels. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in to our country. We never did that before. We're not used to it. We only have tariffs going out. we only adhered to the rules of other nations who charged us tremendous tariffs because we were led by stupid people or people without any business sense. And I'd like to ask Scott, you could maybe talk a little bit about how well we're doing with regard to the money coming in. And the big money will start coming in on August 1st. I think it was made clear today by the letters that were sent out yesterday and today. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. We will have taken in about $100 billion in tariff income thus far this year, and that's with the tariffs, the major tariffs not having started till the second quarter. So we could expect that could be well over $300 billion by the end of the year. We don't agree with CBO scoring, but for those who do, the CBO scored tariff income over the next 10 years.
Trump said money from tariffs to start coming August 1st.
Low. And, sir, under your leadership, we're
And
witnessing.
they gave us no credit. during
Treasury
this
Secretary
last
Besson said received
little,
$100 billion
great,
in
big,
tariffs so
beautiful
far, can increase to
bill.
$300 billion
I
by the end of the year.
great. I add that to it because it really is what it is. It's never been anything like it, actually. And I want to thank all the Republicans that voted for it. And I want to, scold the Democrats because they're voting for tax cuts. They're voting for no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and many, many other things.
Yeah,
far more
that's the
important than
scanner
that.
from his room.
Great health care. And frankly, every Democrat.
SSSS, Zero Capital getting a pop here.
Need to turn that off while we're watching this.
So think of it, we got 218 to 2, and then with the Senate, we had 50 to 3. Democrats didn't vote at all, not one positive vote, with all of the good things in there. Economic development money, tremendous border money. Now you're loaded up on the border, and I don't think we're gonna need so much of it, because we had zero come in last month, so I'm not sure how much of it we want to spend. You may think about that. You may actually think about saving a lot of money, because the wall's been largely built, and it obviously worked, but you may want to think about that. But, so, I think it's incredible when I watch the Democrats, and they have standard lines like they had Russia, Russia, Russia. They had the laptop from hell. It all came from Russia. They make things up and they go with it, and they feed it to you people in many cases. And they said, "Here's our line," and I hear the new line is death. Oh, it's death. Everyone's going to die. There's nothing to do with death. In fact, we're saving our country. Death is from allowing 25 million people into our country, of which 3 or 4 are stone cold, hard criminals. 11,888 are murderers. Many of them
ZVSA,
committing
a lot
more
of
than
times
one
with
murder. That's
these
death, and the Democrats
low float, high volume
by
ones, you'll get a dip and rip
allowing
scenario.
people to come in
So that's
here
what I'm going to
just
be looking for
totally
here.
unchecked, unvetted, open
Might be
borders,
gapping up a
open
few.
borders.
We'll see.
The whole world was dumped into our country.
BTCS
From prisons,
Juicing,
from gangs,
nice.
From mental institutions. We have many people walking the streets, walking in areas that we don't know anything about.
1 minute on the
That came out of,
ZVSA.
Insane asylums. They released the insane asylum population into our country, and it's amazing the job that you and Tom Homan are doing, by the way, on that. But we have to get them out, and we have no choice. We have to get them out, and we are getting them out. And so, Pete, you want to tell them about our great military and how well we did with respect to the bombers and the B-2? We had the pilots here 2 days ago, and they were incredible people. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Truly a historic mission, and demonstrated the skill and courage of the United States military. From those B-2 pilots and families that we had a chance to meet, sir, to the fighter pilots, to the refuelers, to the maintainers, to the air defenders who defended the base. What was demonstrated on the world stage was American military might and capability. And it wasn't just Fordo and Esfahan and Natanz that took notice in Iran. It was the rest of the world. That we have a decisive commander-in-chief willing to use these capabilities, which are the best in the world, as the president pointed out. No
Dip
one
and
else
rip.
could have done what America did there.
Almost like I know what I'm talking about.
Took notice of that. With the one big beautiful bill, sir, we've got $150 billion additional to invest in Golden Dome and all the other weapon systems and stockpiles and shipbuilding priorities of yours. Another month, another historic recruiting bump. It's not just the
SQNS,
Army
Sequence
and the Marine Corps
Communications,
anymore, it's
more
the
highs
Navy,
now,
Air
share is
Force,
up about
Space Force, all historically
60%.
ahead where they've ever been. So historic spirit inside the military. We had a chance to be at
Company
NATO Market
announced
see
closing
how
of its
the
$384
world
million
responds
investment to
us
launch
saying it's
Bitcoin
time for
Treasury
you to
initiative.
shoulder the
That's
burden and take the
Sandy,
lead
Quebec,
for your
November.
continent.
Sandy, that was
Only
earlier this
happened with
morning.
President Trump leading, and
Now
we're proud
hitting
to be
the
a part of what's
intraday
going on
high.
at the border, sir, with now a fourth national defense area where we're helping get to that number 0 and securing the border. But that mission, Operation Midnight Hammer, re-established deterrence. It reversed what happened in Afghanistan. You saw the
SRFM
Biden
starting to
allowed to happen
put a
in
little
Afghanistan.
structure in here.
What
Looking for that high day move
President
eventually.
Trump said, with Operation Midnight Hammer, we're reestablishing American leadership and deterrence, and we're proud to be a part of it, sir.
And our so-called enemies were watching. They watched every minute of it. They watched. There was very few people that weren't watching, actually, but they watched every minute. It was a perfect military performance, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. I mean, if you compare that to the same country, the hostages from years ago, Jimmy Carter, was unfortunate for Jimmy Carter. He was a nice man, but with the helicopters going down, the sandstorms, the prisoners, they get captured, then the election and the prisoners and Reagan and all the problems. It was nothing but problems, and that was a failure. And ours was not only the pilots. I mean, those machines
MACD
flew
is still
for
down.
37 straight hours. They didn't stop. They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. They dropped the bombs, and somebody said
You can't
skedaddle.
use the word in the
Let's get the hell outta
definition.
here. And every bomb hit its mark. And
You know what
hit it
skedaddle means? It means skedaddle.
And as you know, the
Well, I could
Atomic
clear
Energy
things up for
Commission
you.
said it's gone. That place is gone. We had a lot of fake reporting, mostly from CNN, where the scammer a writer for CNN, who should be fired, by the way. She was involved with the 51 fake intelligence agents, if you remember that. She did that story, created a story out of it. She created a story out of the laptop from hell, saying it came from Russia, but it actually came from Hunter Biden's bedroom, or worse. And
So
this
I'm
is
doing what I thought I would
she's
do.
with CNN, which is pretty amazing. But we'll ask you a question about her. But they came up with this concept that maybe the attack wasn't that good. Maybe it, and I saw it happen.
34?
Right after the attack, I saw
That's what I
this
want. I
person
want this
saying,
34 to
"I actually
break.
watch. I
34
like to
and
watch
35.
You learn from the enemy." And I watch, because you have to know where they're coming from. And I watched her say, Anderson, you know, I'm hearing stories that maybe they didn't hit their target. Maybe it wasn't that good a hit. And you know, hearing stories. The next day it was a little more, and the next day a little more. After 3-4 days, she was saying, you know, I don't know. I don't think it was that. Except by that time, everybody knew it was
Got it.
perfectly. The evidence is in the planes. The evidence the pilots are the best evidence. But they actually came out of their plane, because they were here the other day, and they said, it was so sad. We did such a good job. We flew into very dangerous airspace. I'll never forget, we were in the Situation Room, and they said they have entered Iranian airspace, and everyone took a deep breath, because they had
This
more
MACD is
missiles
really
pointed
the
at them, but the equipment
foiler
was
right now.
stealth, way up in the air, and it was stealth, and they went right through that, and they sort of, by the time they found out they were there, they were already gone. That was the word skedaddle, get the hell out of here. But they were right in the most dangerous airspace in the world, and they took those big, beautiful, very fast, they're unbelievable planes. I mean, they become really beautiful works of art. You know, I always thought they sort of were cool, but now they look better than just cool, don't they, huh? But they
LGVN,
loads,
Legeron,
literally,
Zach Small Cap
they would
Research
sit-
out with that
If you look at this table from here to there,
valuation of $9.55. That's Lima Golf Victor November. Says treatment approved for phase 2 trial.
That was their target.
LGVN.
They hit every single one. Then we had 30 missiles, Tomahawk, shot from submarines 300 miles away. Every one of them hit their target. It was a perfect mission. Then they came back almost 37 hours. Every plane worked perfectly. The mechanics were here too. I said, you got to get the mechanics here. We didn't have any problems. If you remember, they had a lot of problems with the helicopters, but they did fly through a dust storm, which they shouldn't have done. Sometimes you say, let's go back and try it on a nicer day. Dust and sand don't work well with helicopters, if you know much about helicopters. But that was a horrible embarrassment to us. Then we had Afghanistan, which I think was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And we would have gotten out. I was the one that got him down. I would have kept Bagram, the big air base, which right now is controlled by China, one among the most powerful runways in the world, thick with concrete and steel. Anything could land, and right now, they were 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. I was keeping it. Outside of that, we were leaving, and I would have been out faster than them, but we would have gotten out with strength and dignity. Instead, that was the most botched up mess I've ever seen. They left all that equipment behind, and every year they have a parade running down some third-rate street with the equipment. You know, it's supposed to be Fifth Avenue. It doesn't work. But with all that equipment that they left,
Still building out here on this SRFM.
I said every screw, every bolt, every nail you take out of there. And Millie said, I remember one time, "Sir, we're better off leaving the equipment." Why? Well, it's cheaper. I said, cheaper? You mean it's cheaper to leave a $150 million airplane rather than flying it into Pakistan or India or someplace, or just flying it straight home? It's cheap. Yes, sir. That's when I knew he was an idiot. Didn't take long to figure that one out. But they left all that equipment, but they left their dignity behind. It was the most embarrassing moment, in my opinion, in the history of our country. Not that we got out. We should have not been there. But that we got out the way we got out, with great embarrassment and death. You had 13 young people. I've gotten to know their families very well. But you had hundreds of people killed that nobody talks about. Yet the other side, many people were killed. Many people are walking around with no legs, no arms from that whole thing. They left from the wrong airport. They should have left from Bagram, because Bagram was a big base with hundreds of miles of fencing and territory around it. Nobody would be able to get near it. And they left. So, we've done a great job, and I think people are really starting to see it. They're starting to appreciate it. Pete's done fantastically. That mission was a work of art. And I have spoken to some of our perceived, I don't know if they're enemies, but they're perceived as being potential enemies. And they essentially said the same thing. Very impressive. There wasn't a thing that we didn't lose an engine. We didn't lose it. They landed and they were
Is
cheered.
QNS?
But the sad thing was they were cheered, and one of the pilots said, we were a little concerned because when we
Yeah,
got
this
out,
one,
we were told
E-Trade has it as 255 million shares outstanding. Is that right?
Sir, we hit every target. That's what I do for a living. We hit every target. In fact, when I saw, when we dropped, when the bombs hit, a yellow haze came over the horizon that I've never seen before. It just lit up the whole horizon, brighter than the sun. It was like looking into the sun. He goes, we hit our target, because you know what that was? That was
It is
exploding.
25.
And but they were a little downbeat because they listened to that fake CNN reporting and the fake New York Times. They worked together to try and say that it wasn't perfect. They couldn't say they missed. All they could say is maybe it wasn't perfect. And you ought to fire that reporter immediately. You should fire her. Real fake. And so I just want to congratulate those pilots. And a lot of people don't like bringing things like that up. I do. I always like confronting, because otherwise the public doesn't know that you're a bunch of crooked people. But they know, they've learned, and the media has to straighten out their act. The media's down to 17% approval.
So
You got to
funny.
do a little better than that. It's important for the country that you do better. I think
unrelenting.
A lot of changes. I think changes are going to be made to the media, but it's hard to have a really successful country.
It's 150 hold.
Media,
Is
and
it
we really
right?
have a corrupt media, and nobody really knows.
It's Mac Dean needs to flip.
Why would you want to have open
Annie, you still in that
borders,
BTCS? Thing's
privileged
juiced.
in our country? Why would you want to have men playing in women's sports?
Ulting up.
Transgender for everyone. You'll have to figure that out. But some of you don't. I mean, I'm
It's a
looking
weak
at some
halt.
people, they
Yep,
love
false
the
halt.
country, but I look at other people and they can't. But we were really proud of our military. It was, and the people that maybe don't like us or want to play games with us, because I think that had you not had the situation in Afghanistan, I don't think Putin would have gone in. I think when Putin looked at how stupid and incompetent that operation was, he said, wow, this might be a chance. And we're dealing with him now too. We're not happy.
Jeez.
I'm not happy with Putin. I can tell you that much right now, because he's killing a lot of people, and a lot of them are his soldiers. His soldiers.
Oh, false halted again? How do you false halt that many shares?
And I'm not happy with Putin. Okay, Any questions? Yes.
Oh, I gotta get out now. Damn it, that was a big loss.
Putin, is there anything that you plan to do to
There was over 1 million shares on the bid, and they false halted that.
You know, one of the things we did with the attack is that, and you asked that question. I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm rude because I'm looking at some of these crooked people up here, so I'm rude. But your question was asked very nicely. But one of the things we did is we went over every fact. We wanted to get every fact straight. We wanted to have the distance straight, the number of pilots straight. Everything had to be correct because we want to be.
That's disgusting. See, this is why I don't trade these stupid things, man. When I do, it's corrupt. It's horseshit.
Obviously, we had with Iran and Israel.
Oh, you're gonna halt?
Hatred, a lot of years
Nope,
and years
psych.
of hatred.
Not gonna doubt it.
Centuries of hatred. People have never seen anything like it. So we wanted to be correct with all our facts. So you know what I was doing is just asking. It would be great if the media would be correct with their facts. That's all we ask for. So go ahead. So finish it up.
yes, just sort of turning back to Russia, if there's anything that you would signal about your displeasure with them?
Well, look, I'm very unhappy with them. There's no reason for this. It's turned out to be tougher, but it's only tougher. And I will say the Ukrainians were brave, but we gave them the best equipment ever made. We gave them the anti-tank busters that knocked out tanks. I mean, you just aim them in the direction of the tank, and the tank is gone. We gave them missiles, the latest and the greatest. They were able to shoot down a lot of things that would have normally wiped out. You know, probably would have been a very quick war. It would have been a war that lasted 3-4 days. But they had the benefit of unbelievable equipment. And Europe gave them too. We gave them far more because Biden shouldn't have done that. He should have equalized. We should have given him the same.
PLD Prologis, Brian Belsky on CNBC says sell
We're in there
Prologis.
for over $300 billion. Europe's in there for over $100 billion. But still, Europe gave a lot. And I will say this, the Ukrainians, whether you think it's unfair that we gave all that money or not, they were very brave because somebody had to operate that stuff. And a lot of people I know wouldn't be operating it. They wouldn't have the courage to do it. So they fought very bravely.
And he
we
bought
gave them
Lululemon,
the best
Lulu.
equipment in the world. We make the best military equipment by far. There's nobody close. You look at other equipment from other countries, it's not even close. That's why everybody wants to buy our equipment. And that's why we're going to step up these contractors now that make it, and they're brilliant, but they make it too slowly. And we have to step them up, Pete, and let them make it at a much higher rate. Unfortunately, we have to do that. But if you look at our Patriots, if you look at our Tomahawks, if you look at our, what we do with tanks is, you wouldn't want to be driving a tank.
shares
you would feel nice and secure.
Now at the
But
low
they,
675,
javelins, they're
Papa
called.
Hotel.
And I gave
Down,
them the javelins. Remember they said Trump gave the
83.5%.
javelins and Obama gave them sheets.
Halted at the lows now,
Right? They called
675.
Obama at that time. Barack Hussein Obama, if you haven't heard, did a terrible job. But that was a war that should have never happened, and a lot of people are dying, and it should end. And I don't know, we get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin. For you want to know the truth, he's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to move
I'm
that
looking
bill?
at it. Yeah, no, I'm looking. The Senate is passing and passed a very, very tough sanctions bill. Yeah, I'm looking at
And
it.
you'd sign that?
It's an optional bill. It's totally at my option. They passed it totally at my option. And to terminate
BTCS
totally at my
spiking to the
option.
highs,
And I'm looking at it very
$5.14, up
strongly.
81% now. Bravo Tango Charlie Sandy.
Advisors released a new report saying that imported goods have
Company
actually
announcing
decreased
it's
in price,
raising $100 million for
Well, my
Ethereum
question-
acquisition.
tariffs.
Well, the Fed chairman keeps saying that tariffs
President Trump
caused price increases.
Are we
said that
Chairman of the
not happy
Fed?
with Russia's Putin, will step up
You do a
contractors to
better
make
job
weapons
than that.
faster, looking at Russia's sanctions.
Not passed through yet?
No, I think what's happening is everything's evening out. You know, when we charge, see what people don't understand, the other countries have been charged almost every
ESTC Elastic
country
achieves
charges
FedRAMP
tariffs. We had
high
deficits
in
with
process
everybody
status for
years,
Elastic
but-
Cloud hosted on AWS
Decades.
GovCloud.
and we were
That
like
is
this
Echo
big
Sandy
monolith
Tango
that
Charlie,
made bad deals with
ESTC.
everybody. rebuilt South Korea, and we stayed there. It's okay, we rebuilt it, and we stayed there. And they pay us very little for the military. I got them to pay billions of dollars, and Biden then canceled it when he came in. You know, I said to South Korea, as an example, you know, we give you free military, essentially, very little. And I think you should pay us $10 billion a year. And they went crazy. But they agreed to 3. So I got 3 with a phone call. And I was satisfied. I said, but next year we have to talk. And then we had a rigged election, and we never got to talk. And you know what Biden did? They probably went to him and they said, listen, Trump treated us terribly, and we shouldn't be paying anything, and he cut it down to nothing. So that's what happens. It's ridiculous. That's the other thing. We're talking to countries about contributing to the military, not only just paying more in NATO, but contributing. You know, we have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in Germany, 52,000 actually. And you know,
Trump said talking to countries about contributing more to the military.
Just like having a city. It's tremendous money for them, and it's a tremendous loss for us. So we're talking in a very nice way.
Circle come back up.
It's very unfair. We supply the militaries to many very successful countries. I mean, South Korea is making a lot of money, and they're very good. They're very good, but you know, they should be paying for their own military.
President Trump, can I ask you a question about Jerome Powell as well, and then the question to the Attorney General? Jerome Powell, and then I have a question for the Attorney General. Jerome Powell, who you've been pressuring to lower interest rates, he's facing accusations of lying to Congress, which is a potential crime about the
Well, then he should resign immediately.
Trump said Fed Chair Powell should resign immediately.
PHH.
Why don't you call
Down
for
here,
his
yeah.
resignation?
There's the old pump fund, dump fund.
It's okay with me. I think he's terrible.
Trump said South Korea
This looks
should be
exactly
military.
like stocks on, or stocks, coins on pump fund.
For the Dallas Cowboys, right?
Exactly like it.
He's always late, but he wasn't late with Biden before the election. He was cutting him like crazy. It didn't help too much, did it? But he was cutting him like crazy before the election with Kamala and Biden. He was trying to get them in, I guess. I don't know. He was recommended by somebody that worked for me. I like you better.
If I can ask the Attorney General a question too, President.
Sure.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former
Is this Epstein question? So low.
U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did, and also could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape?
Ah, yes.
Yeah, sure. If I
Could
could,
I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this?
Yes.
Guy, this creep? That
The
is
very fact that he's
unbelievable.
saying, I can't believe they're
Do you
talking
wanna
about
waste
this.
the time, and do you feel like
This is,
answering?
I
this
don't
is
mind answering.
fake as
I mean, I
shit.
can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this.
She's nervous.
Having some of the greatest success
body language.
and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration. But
Can't believe we're talking about this, even though I campaigned
sure.
on
First,
it.
to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a
On my desk.
question about the client list, and
Yeah.
my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file, along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the
Why
tens
wouldn't you
of
say that
thousands of
then?
Video, they turned out
This is all horseshit. I don't believe a
child
word of
porn
this.
Downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released. Never going to see the
Yeah,
light.
no one's asking you to release
Him being
child
an
porn.
agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from
This-
the video, we released
Without
the video
confirming that this
showing
is like
definitively
CIA or some foreign
video was
entity
not
doing some kind of blackmail thing,
but
this just screams it, doesn't it?
evidence prior
Like it
to
just
it
confirms it
was
without
showing he
confirming it.
committed suicide.
This is the
And what was on
tinfoil
that, there was a
hat.
minute that was off the counter. And what we
This is
learned
what tinfoil
from
hats are made out of.
was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing, so we're looking for that video to release that as well.
Yeah, I bet
showing
you are. It only took, you know,
that's it.
7 months to release that video that shows nothing.
August 1st, you said is the deadline. What incentives do countries have to negotiate? It seems that deadline keeps moving. It was April 2nd, now it's...
We didn't move, no. It's always been August 1st, that's when we're paying. A statement was put out today, and I put it out just to make it clear. It wasn't a change. We don't change very much.
It just confirms that there's,
They say he made a change.
I mean, it doesn't confirm. You can't confirm it. But you know deep down, like the sniff test doesn't pass, that how, it might not be our government, it could be our government.
Right to deal in the United States. If they don't want
But it's somebody's government or some power, and how disgusting and
buy and make a lot
how low they're willing to.
NVDA, NVIDIA popping to the highs, 159.
How low are they willing to go
Victor Delta Alpha,
to
NVIDIA.
good presidents. Our country was the
for
wealthiest
power
proportion
or for to have something on somebody?
1870 to
Like,
1913. It was an all-tariff country. We didn't have income tax. That came in 1913. We had tariffs, and we had so much money we didn't know what to do with it. We had, we had a couple of presidents that were very, very strong. McKinley, I guess, more than anybody, but he was the tariff king. But he was very, very strong. It's sort of sad.
Is this gonna break?
He made a fortune for this country, became very rich, and then Teddy Roosevelt went out and vice president, and he spent
it
the
break?
money. And they said Roosevelt was a great
you have
president.
47,
I'd
48.
say he was a great president, but the money was paid by McKinley with
It's
tariffs.
48.
Tariffs are charged by other countries at levels that are ridiculous. And I call those other countries, to say, and every one of them is willing to give us everything now, by the way, just so you know. Sir, we'll charge you no tariffs, nothing. We'll give you everything. We'll give you access to our markets.
Damn,
we'll give
almost
you
went.
everything. Is that a correct
First
statement,
time.
Scott?
Yes, sir.
Howard, would you say that's a correct statement?
Exactly correct.
It's like they just don't, because they're very spoiled, because for years they ripped us off and we didn't have a president that understood it, or Secretary of Treasury or Secretary of a lot of different secretaries are involved, but certainly Commerce Secretary was, not doing their job. I don't know about Kelly, she's small business. We'll keep it that way, okay? Her small business is bigger than almost all big businesses when you add it all up. But no, they are very respectful of our country, but the
48
incentive is
again?
they have the right to do business with us. Without that, they don't have the right to do business, and that would be okay too.
And when the next flurry of deals,
Yeah, go ahead.
in the next 24 hours, will we hear a flurry of deals?
Yeah, we have a lot of them going out, but the deals are mostly my deal to them. We're picking a number that's low. We don't want to hurt them, and fair. We're picking a number that's lower than, in most cases, lower than what they charged us. But it's amazing when you paid all this money for years and
Come.
you get one president that's a little bit different and a little tougher on this subject, and they're willing to drop everything they've been charging us.
648 break.
I mean, we have countries going,
Probably get the
we will
650
have
right behind it.
no-
We'll see.
You don't have to pay any tariff to come in
Damn
and
it,
do
so
business.
close.
They're giving us total
I hear
access
1
to
minute
their
cucking.
countries.
I gotta
They
get
give us
out.
no
Damn it.
access to the country. They say, well, you cannot go into our okay, good. Now it's, we will give you total access and you don't have to pay any tariffs. But please don't charge us tariffs.
ZVSA,
And we don't
Zyversa
like that
Therapeutics,
deal.
announcing
So
a
the
warranted
letters I send
inducement
out
transaction for
are,
$2 million
we have-
in gross
they said,
proceeds.
We can make a lot more deals.
That's
It's an
ZVSA,
offering.
Dula Victor Sandy Alpha.
Time consuming.
ZVSA hitting everybody with an offering.
And we can do things over the years too. We're not hard line, but it's about time the United States of America started collecting money from countries that were ripping us off and laughing behind our back at how stupid we were. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yellow, in the yellow.
on the tariff issue, so you've talked about India coming, but then a couple days ago, you issued a new tariff threat to members of the BRICS countries for
Yeah.
if they aligned with anti-American policies.
10% charge.
That would be India, Brazil.
That's
Russia,
right, they have to pay
South Africa.
10% if they're in BRICS.
Sorry,
BRICS
fam,
was
trying
set up to
again.
hurt us. BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar and take our dollar as the standard, take it off as the standard. And that's okay if they want to play that game, but I can play that game too. So anybody that's in BRICS is getting a 10% charge.
Is that immediate, sir, or
Yeah,
that
pretty
if
soon.
they engage in that kind of behavior?
Well, if they're a member of BRICS, they're gonna have to pay 10% tariff, just for that one thing, and they won't be a member long. I thought BRICS was, I said this about a year ago, and it largely broke up. But, there are a couple that hang
127.50.
around, but I thought it largely broke up. BRICS is not, in my opinion, not a serious threat. But what they're trying to do is destroy the dollar so that another country can take over and be the standard. And we're not going to lose the standard at any time. If you have a smart president, you will never lose the standard. If you have a stupid president like the last one,
Take it out.
you would lose the standard.
Damn.
You wouldn't have the dollar as you. And if we lost the world standard dollar, that would be like losing a war, a major world war. We would not be the same country any longer. We're not going to let that happen. The dollar, you hear the expression, dollar is king? The dollar is king. We're going to keep it that way, okay? And I'm just saying, if people want to challenge it, they can, but they're going to have to pay a big price. And I don't think any of them are willing to pay that price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you optimistic about reaching the tariff deal with the European Union soon?
Was it
Well, with the European Union
Zep
has
or
been
is it
speaking to
ZVSA
us,
that did-
Ursula and the whole
Whatever.
group, and they've been very nice. They treated us very
ZVSA,
badly
okay.
until recently. Now they're treating us very nicely.
Yeah, I saw
Like a different
PHH.
world,
It's
actually.
disgusting.
They've treated us very badly. They were among the toughest to deal with. Actually, in many respects, they were much worse than China. Look at what they do to our companies. They sue Apple, they sue Google. 17 billion they got from Apple on a lawsuit that they didn't have a case. They have, judges that are European Union judges, and they ruled. They take so much money away from our country in terms of that, in terms of other things that they do. They're very tough, but now they're being very nice to us, and we'll see what happens. We're probably 2 days off from sending them a letter. We are talking to them. I just want you to know, a letter means a deal. A lot of people said, we got 200 countries. We can't meet with 200 countries. We have a few trusted people that know what they're doing, that are doing a good job, but you can't do it. You have to do it in a more general way, but it's a very good way. It's a better way. It's a more powerful way. And we sent them a letter. You read the letter. I think it was well crafted. And
Trump said not going to lose
mostly
the
it's just a
standard
little
anytime.
number in there.
BRICS
You'll pay 25%.
says the EU has been speaking to the
35%.
US,
Some
the
like
EU
60,
treating
70.
US very nicely.
Those are ones with massive,
Probably
where we
2
have
days off
massive
from
trade
sending EU
deficits
letter.
because they've treated us very badly. But I would say in every case, I'm treating them better than they treated us over the years. Don't you agree with that? I could have done much. I could have been much harsher. I don't want to do that. We want to have relationships, but in every case, they treated us far worse than I'm treating them. I'm treating them
been a
very good.
cuck
I can
here.
go higher with the tariffs, but I don't want to hurt them. That's why when you just read it, you come up with the number. It's so incredible that prices are actually going down. Just so you know, when I got in, everyone said, "Oh, eggs are going through the roof." That was I was in for about 4 days, and they started screaming at me about eggs. I said, "That's Biden's problem." I didn't know about eggs, but eggs went up about 5 times. You did a fantastic job, and we ended up shortly getting. In fact, for Easter, they said go out and buy plastic eggs. You can't use real eggs. Well, we bought 200,000 eggs for the White House for the Easter egg hunt that we have at the White House, and there were eggs. We had the price down, and now the price is lower than it was before. We did a good job with eggs, but we did a good job with groceries.
Come on.
Prices
Cup
are
and
down
handle. Do
in this
it.
country. A big part of it's oil. The oil. You had a couple of places last week. You had $1.99 for oil, for gasoline. Nobody thought that'd see that. I wanna get it
47.
lower,
Golly, the
but
bills.
we've done a good job. You've done a very good job. Do you want to say a couple of words about that, you and Chris, about what's happening with energy?
Well, absolutely, but I would say on the pricing side, President Trump, the fact that you've endorsed and supported a policy of energy dominance, that sends a signal to the market that we're going to have more supply. You talked during the campaign about inflation being a country buster. You've broken the back of inflation. In 6 months, among all the other things you've accomplished.
We have no inflation.
And we've got, and then heading into the 4th of July, these were the lowest gas prices at the pump in 4 years. And again, for Americans, this is like hundreds of billions of dollars that stay in their pockets because we lowered the price of gas at the pump. And when we lower the price of energy, it lowers the price of food. It lowers the price of the clothes you wear.
It's the biggest thing.
It's the biggest thing.
It's like a big tax cut. When you get energy down, every 50 cents is like a massive tax cut, and we've gotten it down much below that. You know, we had great energy, great low prices, everything else. When the election turned over, I'm trying to be nice about it. It turned over, shockingly, but nevertheless it happened. Energy started going up, and it went up really bad. And then he went back to the Trump policy. The problem was they didn't know how to do that.
There it is. That's what we've been waiting on.
Lost it. He lost
59. Give it to
that
us.
sucker was out of
It's high
control,
day.
and his energy prices went way up, and that's what caused it. But it was also stupid spending. They spent money like they used to use the term drunken sailors, but I won't use that term. Although it is very descriptive, I won't use that term. I refuse to use it. But they spent money at levels that nobody had ever seen before. And, trillions and trillions of dollars wasted on the
Finally got the freaking break.
greatest scam in the history of our country, other than maybe Russia, that might have been. But the Green New Scam was the single greatest scam in the history of our country, and continues to be, but it's weakened badly. It's hobbling along because people are finally getting it. But they spent trillions of dollars on the Green New Scam, getting nothing for it. Devised by a couple of young people that weren't even good college students, you know, not even good students. Check out their marks. Yeah. No, not for CNN. Not for CNN. Go ahead.
In the last jobs report, Mr. President, in the last jobs report, the manufacturing jobs actually lost 7,000 jobs. When will the investments that you've been talking about have an effect?
Well, they're building the plants now. About 7 have started. We're going to have hundreds started within a short period of time. Lee Zeldin, who may be the most important man in this room, I'm sorry, but he's the one that gets the permits, whereas he's the one that has to get the permits for the plants and the factories, and permits that used to take 5 years, he's getting in record-setting times. AI, we're leading China a lot in AI, and if we go with this, you know, I'm allowing the plants to build their own electric. I'm allowing them to become an electric utility, so they can produce their own electricity, because we need double the to be successful with AI, which is the biggest thing now. We need double the electricity that we have, which is hard to believe. We need even more than that. And they're building plants with their own electricity substations. They don't have to use the grid. And anything they build extra, they're putting into the grid. So we're supplying the grid with brand new electric sources. And you know, it's funny, when they came to see me, they never even asked for that. I told them about it. The reason they didn't, they thought that was an impossibility. You're not allowed to build your own electric. These are massive investments that are being made in building electricity for their plants. And they're going to have, I think, Doug, a lot of electricity left over. And that electricity is going to be passed into the grid and give us no more, you know, like you look at California. They have blackouts and brownouts every week. They're totally out of control. They have a really incompetent governor. Where's Chris? Is he here? Do you want to speak to the subject?
Yeah, I think a huge
Damn right,
thing
Berber.
in One Big Beautiful Bill, Mr. President, because of your leadership, is the ending of these subsidies, as you call them, the Green New Scam. That saves our country $500 billion over the next 10 years. But American taxpayers were paying twice. They're paying that money, $500 billion in the subsidies, and they were paying more expensive electricity price. If you subsidize something, you should at least lower the cost of it. But in this case, we were subsidizing something and paying more for it. So the One Big Beautiful Bill had two huge things: ending wasteful spending. Wind, solar, and batteries combined are 3% of U.S. total primary energy. 3% for $1 trillion, another $500 billion coming. It's just not a good investment, hurting our businesses, hurting our consumers. And the One Big Beautiful Bill also unshackled oil, gas, and coal development in the United States, onshore and offshore. Secretary Burgum has been working tirelessly on how, by getting the government out of the way, private businesses will develop more resources in the United States, lowering costs for American consumers, and making much better leverage for the United States to help our allies abroad and reduce the power of our adversaries abroad. So just a huge win on the energy front all around, and I thank you for your leadership.
We're setting records now on energy, and there'll be nothing compared to what they'll be in about a year from now. But we're setting records, and wind is a very expensive form of energy. It's very bad for your beautiful surroundings, the plains and the valleys, and the birds are dying all over the place. You know, the whole thing is a disaster. They're almost exclusively made in China. Not that I have anything against China, because I don't have a great relationship with President Xi, but I asked him, how many wind farms do you have? He makes them, but they don't have a lot of wind farms, I'll tell you, very, very few. And wind is tremendously expensive and is very ugly. And if you own a house that's inside of a windmill, your house is worth less than half. And you hear noises. And interestingly, in New England, you probably read, where for 50 years they had 2 wells washed up. 50 years. And last summer, they had 14 washed up. Now, I'm not saying that's the wind farm that was built, but maybe it is, right? Probably is. It's tremendously expensive, and it can only be done with subsidy. You know, I know a man that's in that business, and one of the biggest in the world actually runs a company that builds these stupid windmills. And he said, I hate the business because it's the only energy where you need subsidy. He said, energy shouldn't need subsidy. You should make money with energy. So wind. The other one is the solar, those big solar fields. They're taking our farmland. Our farmers are like mortified by it. They hate it. It's very, very inefficient and very ugly too. You know, probably better than a windmill, but you go around and you see all these things that are 3 miles long by 3 miles wide, and you say, what the hell is that? And it's a lot of plastic from China. It's plastic, black plastic from China. Now, we want to be smart. We're going with, look, China right now is building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. They have 62 on the books to build. We've reintroduced clean, beautiful coal, because you know you can do a lot with coal now. Clean, beautiful coal, and natural gas, and all of the other things that we have. But we don't want wind, and we don't want solar, because they're a blight on our country. They hurt our country very badly, and smart countries don't use it. Solar sounds good, I will say, and I like, on occasion, you'll see a roof which is made out of solar brick, but it's a smaller use. We need the kind of thing that's going to fire up our plants, and it's not going to be wind, you know, that is very intermittent, as you probably know. But they've spent a fortune. They've spent trillions of dollars on this stuff, and I'll just give you one other story. A friend of mine is a very successful guy. He went back to see his mother in Minnesota. Hadn't seen her in a long time, and he wasn't back for 10 years, which isn't a nice story. I mean, you don't see your mother for 10 years. She's got some difficulties, which I know the guy. He does have some difficulties. He's very successful, but probably not the nicest person. It was actually longer than 10 years, but he went back and he told me he wanted to go and look at the valley. There's a valley in Minnesota that he thought was so beautiful. And I hadn't seen it in a long time. He's driving along the road. He said, oh my, I'll use the word gosh, oh my gosh. He said, oh. He said, it looked like a junkyard. You had 159 windmills. They were all over the place. Some were old, some were newer, different companies, different shapes, different sizes, different colors. Many of them were terminated. Terminated meaning closed. You can't take them down because the environmentalists don't let you bury the blades because they're made out of a fiber they say is bad for the earth. So they want you to put them up, but they don't let you take them down. But many of them were turned off. He said it looked like a junkyard. Go to Palm Springs, California, and take a look at that pile of junk. And you go into a wealthy neighborhood. Before you get there, you have to ride through hundreds of windmills that are, most of them are turned off. They're rotting, they're rusting, they're 30 years old, 20 years old, and they have a very short life. You know, those windmills have a very short life, especially the ones that are in the nice salty Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean, where the salt just gets under that steel and decimates it. Now, it's a horrible, horrible thing for our country. And I speak out. It would be nice to say wind, because it sounds so good, doesn't it, Doug? Wind. But it's not. It's these ugly machines, and they're all made, you got to see, some are a little taller, a little shorter. They're made by different companies. They have different stocks. They have different blades. They have different everything. It is so horrible. And if you look at smart countries, they don't use it. Smart countries don't use it. And we're now a smart country. We're not we're a brilliant country. We're not smart. We're brilliant now. We're going to be a brilliant country. We have to be, because we have to catch up for some really stupid people that did a bad job. Yes, Brian?
Yes, Mr. President, I've got a quick comment, some feedback as a native Texan, someone that I grew up bringing my kids to a camp very near the affected camp now.
INTC Intel, Bloomberg reported Intel cutting more than 500 jobs in Oregon as part of layoff plan. INTC.
You can tell the president and his team, on behalf of Texans, thank you so much for the quick response and the loving and the hugs.
Intel shares near the highs now, up about 6.5%, 23.45.
Senator. His name is Schumer. He's a great Palestinian. No, he's a Palestinian. He's become a Palestinian. He's abandoned the Jews. But I saw him say, it's Trump's fault. Yeah, that's right. It's Trump's fault. He was actually, do you ever see John Lovett's The Liar? Where he goes, yeah, I went to Harvard. That's right. This was Schumer. He goes, yeah, it's Trump's fault. That's right, it's Trump. I actually saw that stupid guy try and blame it on me, and I said, man, that's a tough one to take. But his career is limited because I hear AOC is going to beat him, and she's no bargain either, by the way. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that's an example of an America First team effort to get this country back. So that's what America First looks like for the viewers watching us at home. My two questions. It looks like we have a rogue judge, an Obama-backed rogue judge that is attempting to block the funding.
SRFM trying to come back out for a W. 688. Kind of far away. We'll see if it can get any kind of pop over it.
Absolutely. Yes, we're on it. We're on it. And I texted, I believe, I talked to yesterday Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Besson. I reached out to you to let you know that we were on
my
it.
entry.
Beautiful bill.
And then
I let her handle that question. Did you notice? I said, go ahead, handle that.
That's awesome to her. Then my second question was Secretary Rollins. You did an amazing press conference today in front of the Department of Agriculture. You talked about the Farm Act and the need to get China out of our country, owning farmland.
Luke, let's go, buddy.
Can you recap what that means to national security?
Any day is fine, GME. Any day. Just stop dipping for God's sake.
If you don't mind. Yes, this morning, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary No.
18 months. Let's go, buddy. There we go. Here's the break.
At the USDA, I just happened to have a chart.
88.
In case it came up, but obviously,
looking for the 85 break to lead us to the 88.
Farmland in our country is a massive national security issue, and for the media, you can see the yellow is where all of the farms have been purchased over the last number of years, and the red is around all of the military bases where that farmland has been purchased. So this is a massive national security issue. The press conference this morning included 3 of our greatest governors as well, Sarah Sanders from Arkansas, Jim Pillen from Nebraska, and Bill Lee from Tennessee. The states have begun taking a leadership role to ban the purchasing of China farmland. Obviously, Congress needs to step up and catch up, and we're going to be working alongside of them as well. We had some of our members.
Still got the volume declining. Looking for that pop.
BICI, VG Properties, getting a pop here. Jenny Harrington on CNBC said that she
this candle stays as is. That would be ideal. So get a little candle over candle into it.
Just how close we are as a cabinet. I don't know.
Chill.
Administration that you'd have 4
3 more
cabinet
seconds.
members at the USDA on a Tuesday morning when it's about 110 degrees outside with the sun beating down on us talking about, sir, your
Did it again, man. You see the stutter?
I think it was a great day. It was just the start. There's an executive order.
Trump said I've had a really good relationship with China lately.
Protecting America's farms isn't just about protecting our farmers. It's also about national security. So that's what we discussed this morning.
I do want to say that I think we have had a really good relationship with China lately. And we're getting along with them very well. They've been very fair on our trade deal, honestly.
China has been very fair on our trade
stocks.
deal.
Big, strong, powerful.
Speaking with
Talking nice
speaks
about
with
China.
China, Xi often.
And trade deal.
We have much better military equipment than they do, but we are getting along with them very well. I'm getting along with President Xi very well. We speak often, and with all of that being said, and I understand what you're saying, but
Trump said it approves sending weapons to the Ukraine.
Chuck's got a faster feed than I do.
Weapons to Ukraine. Did you
defensive weapons.
Defensive
because
weapons to
Putin
the
is
Ukraine. That's
not treating human beings
President
right,
Trump.
killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
HIMS, hims and hers,
Go ahead,
shares
yeah.
at the highs now, 5013, up about 3.5%. Hotel India, Michael Sandy.
Workers would not be covered by any amnesty from working on farms. You had said maybe that the ISA folks won't go after those folks on farms. So which is it?
There's no amnesty. What we're doing is we're getting rid of criminals, but we are doing a work program. Do you want to explain that, please?
Yeah, this morning, we talked about.
Really tight. Pop or drop here.
This morning, we talked about protecting the farmers and the farmland, but obviously.
Trump
the
said no
president's vision
amnesty
of
for illegal
no
migrant
amnesty,
farm
Mass
workers.
deportation continues, but in a strategic way, and then ensuring that our farmers have the labor that they need. Secretary Chavez.
Brian
Turner has
Belsky
been a
buys
leader
fifth
on
and
this.
Macro notes with comment says, we're getting along with China's President Xi well. We speak often. Watching Chinese issues on that note.
American workforce. So all of the
We've
above.
got to give the farmers the people they need, but we're not talking amnesty. Laura, do you want
There's
to
a
say
break.
something about
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Croc?
President, on this.
What?
Thank you, Secretary Rollins, how important this is never to displace the American worker. What the Department of Labor is doing is focusing on what the law entails now, being more modernized, more streamlining, to work through the H programs. We're gonna have a concierge
Right.
approach to that, where we have, developed a new office to answer the need of our farmers and ranchers and producers, and not to displace the American worker and follow within the law now, and that does not include an amnesty program at all. We've
It's just
seen,
not opening
that
up.
working, and
Oh
we'll
gosh,
continue
no
to have
regret on it.
that roll out. On the other topics that we've somewhat talked about, the job
Dude!
numbers, Mr. President, 4 months in a row, we've seen those jobs numbers increase. That's
Whatever.
an exciting time for our manufacturers. That was asked earlier.
Whatever.
We know it's gonna take some time, but through that deregulation process that Lee and I are working on as well, the Department of Labor has rolled out 63 new deregulations that we're gonna be moving through. In the first Trump administration, it was successful with over 30. We've just rolled out 63 new ones in order to double down on those manufacturing companies to let them know that we have signaled
Got a high day break order ready to go.
assist them in getting the workforce that they need. It's an exciting time. That one big beautiful bill, that was the signal to my former colleagues in Congress to get this done. It's been an important time. I spent time on the ground visiting 7 states in 9 days prior to that bill being passed, because it was the most pro-worker piece of legislation that we will ever see really in this country right now. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on
If it
Social
breaks,
Security.
comes back under,
That
I'm
matters
out.
to the American worker, because we don't want to take their money and give it back. We want them to keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets currently, and that's what they're excited about. And as I
There we go.
move forward with these tariff talks, I heard a company, orthopedic company in Indiana,
halting?
say to me, for the first time since you have taken office, Mr. President, their increase in their bottom line by 8% since these tariff talks have happened. Not one company has said
Okay.
the president is not doing a good job. These tariff talks are working. They're feeling it on the ground. The media has
SRFM
told the
went?
whole story, because what's happening
Son of
on
a
the ground is
bitch!
happening, and that's what we're seeing in these jobs numbers. So I really, through the Department of Labor, to come in behind all the secretaries and build this workforce is going to be key to the American worker. So thank you for what everybody did this last week. The One Big Beautiful Bill is a doubling down of this, and we're going to see these workers start to grow. And that apprenticeship program is going to be working.
That's
We'll
right.
have that
It's gonna
million
be-
apprentices across the country.
We, as you know.
You were in
we have
it?
plants all over the
Salt.
country now.
Freaking A.
You weren't building any plants 4 years ago. You weren't building anything. But
If I buy when you sell, is that a good
plants
strategy?
open up,
That's how people have made millions.
Like you haven't seen ever. I don't think in history you'll never see numbers like what we're going to see in the very near future. Many of them are building the plants. Some are just starting right now. You know, it's a brand new administration. But, and they wouldn't be here except for 2 things. November 5th, the election, and the tariffs. And frankly, I guess the election was more
Up
important.
10,000% on the year.
I mean, another person wouldn't have done this. But they're coming in because of the tariffs. They have to, they're not going to pay 25, 30, 40, 50%,
So massive.
70 and 100%.
Headline now, Trump
And
will
we'll
be
announcing
announcing
something
soon
very
on
soon
pharma.
pharmaceuticals. We're going to give people about a year and a half to come in, and after that, they're going to be tariffed if they have to bring the pharmaceuticals into the country, the drugs.
Ticker TAOX, Tango Alpha, Oscar X-ray. Note that James Altucher is out a wrong idea. There'll be multi-billion-dollar AI businesses creating subnets of TAO ecosystem. Sure seeing a heavy activity.
Let's out of this room, allowed it to happen. And I don't allow it to happen.
James
The people in this
Altria.
room
He's
don't
moved
allow it
stuff
to happen.
before.
So we're going to be announcing pharmaceuticals, chips.
FCX, Freeport
various
Macmoran
couple of
spiking
other
here.
things, big ones. We did steel, as you know, they're 50%. We did aluminum.
Foxtrot
50%.
Charlie
Lumber
X-ray.
just came out.
That's copper.
And we did cars.
course,
And
this
now
isn't doing
today
anything.
we're doing copper. I believe the tariff on copper, we're going to make it 50%. 50%.
Any breakthroughs
See,
on
I'm glad he didn't question it.
This is a low floater, like,
I
go.
just sort of thought, what would that be? That was a quick one. I didn't have much time. but
$8.
He agreed with me. That's why he's
The
out.
3.
Any breakthroughs on Gaza with the Prime Minister and
Church of TAOX, new
Trump
highs,
will be announcing
continued activity,
semiconductor
Tango Alpha,
tariffs.
Oscar X-ray, James Altucher, wrong idea.
Mostly Gaza right now. It's
TAOX.
He's been very
James
unfair.
Altucher,
I think what they've done to him in Israel is
On
very
X
unfair.
now
How
it
you
says
deal
I
with
want to
this
buy
trial.
all the TAO through
Wartime Prime
TAOX
Minister,
and thus provide
an
incentives for the
unbelievable
entire
outcome.
ecosystem.
And I think
Says
he's
that
been treated
there will be a
very
multi-billion
unfairly.
dollar
He's coming
AI
our way. We're
businesses
gonna be
created
talking
in the
about,
subnets
I would say,
of the
almost
Tau
exclusively
ecosystem.
Gaza. We got to get that solved.
That is
Gaza
Tango
is
Alpha,
a,
Oscar X-ray,
tragic-
TAOX.
Whoever this, he's juicing this thing right now.
And
Getting
he
a
wants to
pop
get
here.
it solved, and I want to get it solved. And I think the other side
Beta
wants
Chuck
to
had
get
it first,
solved.
boys and
So
girls.
talk on that first.
This is why you have been. I mean, I can't force you to make money.
So we are
Continue heavy activity, more new highs, TA.
will bring us into a 60-day ceasefire. 10 live
Trump
hostages
says
will
we're
be
doing
released.
copper 50%.
9 deceased will be released.
Freeport
We're
Macmoran
meeting,
popping
at the
on that.
president's direction with all the hostage families
Ticker
to let
FCX,
them
Freeport
know.
Macaroons, there's
And
seeing a
we
spike in
think that
activity,
this
new
will
highs,
lead to a lasting
FCX.
peace, in Gaza.
Pharma note, President Trump says we will, quote, be announcing soon on pharma.
I'll have to watch this one. All right, how much time we got
No,
here?
Trump says he will impose a 50% tariff on copper. Ticker FCX, seeing a spike in activity on that.
And can I follow up? This is,
Damn.
I think, the first cabinet meeting since Elon Musk has not been a special government.
This is why we watch these news things.
Going to create a third political party. Are you worried about the impact that that could
Copper's juice.
Trump
I
said
gotta
thinks
watch
that
this.
Musk's
Damn.
party will help us.
This is open. 59.29. Another 30 seconds.
No, look, we cut hundreds of billions of dollars with Doge. We could have done it differently. I would have done it differently a little bit, maybe, but.
And continue, no, Trump says he, on early stage will announce
10 seconds on it.
will announce pharma, also including chips and quote other things on tariffs soon. An additional note,
But it
from earlier
was
squawk.
dramatic and it was important.
Maybe a 5-cent
And we
cap.
found a lot of
Maybe
things like
20
billions
cents.
of
There
dollars
we go.
given to people for environmental protection, where they had $100 in the account, like in Atlanta, Stacy. And then you had another one with 20 billion here, and 20 billion here, and 2 billion here, and 15 billion. And
No, I'll take it.
Lee, you might want to mention just a couple
So many
of
other
those
things moving here.
We really got because of Doge.
At the Trump EPA, the one big beautiful bill was filled with many big beautiful wins for the taxpayer. It delivered a sledgehammer to the Green New Scam. Billions of dollars rescinded. It's a big
PHH,
deal for the
Final
American
trades on
taxpayer who,
CNBC, SNB,
sees,
IYF,
money go through
GILD. Final
pass-throughs
trades on
that
CNBC.
are filled with self-dealing and conflicts of interest. They see unqualified recipients. They see reduced agency oversight, and they want accountability with their tax dollars.
Ticker NAK, November Alpha Kilo,
So,
13
in
spike
the
in activity
example
at
of the Stacey Abrams connected
to media
NGO, they received
circulations on the
$100
name
in 2023.
positive cast on
They
the
got $2
copper
billion in 2024.
tariffs. Here's
They had to complete training
see new
on how to
highs
develop
on
a
those
budget that was put into their grant agreement. They, out of nowhere, started paying a CEO $800,000, a COO $450,000, 22 people making over 150 grand. Out of nowhere, this is tax dollars. So money go through pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, and we lose oversight over it. And you see that it's going to former Biden officials, it's going to former Obama officials is going to Democratic donors. And we're not here saying we want to take money from a left-wing NGO and give to a right-wing NGO.
Hims
we want
is
to give it
juicing.
back to the taxpayer. This is about us being good stewards of American tax dollars without any apology or regret. That's why President Trump was elected last November. Because there are a whole lot of people who maybe they hadn't voted Republican in a long time. Maybe they didn't even vote for President Trump the first time around in 2016, but they're regretting that vote from 2016, and they were making it right in
Almost to the penny on that fib retracement.
So the One Big Beautiful Bill gave us the tools to rescind billions of dollars more. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars that'll get wasted per electric vehicle. As an
Ticker
example of this money
PGB
that's
also
going
seeing
through
a heavy
it. They gave
activity
$50
of
million to a group called
increased
Climate
activity
Justice
in a
Alliance.
small
They
cap
say that
stock
Climate Justice runs through a
mentions
free
on social
Palestine.
media
Biden
for
EPA
copper name.
gave $50 million to a group that says the climate justice runs through a free Palestine. We say that if you're going to spend $1 in the name of remediating an environmental issue, then spend $1 on remediating an environmental issue. We say that we can protect the environment and grow the economy. We want to help grow more baseload power in this country. So why is it that it took this long for this team to get assembled, to be able to fix the mess that we inherited? But gosh, we love showing up at our jobs every single day, first thing in the morning, because all day long we get things done for the American taxpayer. And Congress did its part last week by passing One Big Beautiful Bill to deliver this accountability and to cut off the Green New Scam. So maybe it's a bad day for Stacey Abrams. Maybe it's a bad day for all those well-connected Democrats getting paid off. But you know what? God bless America. Because at the end of the day, President Trump is here, J.D. Vance is here, and the greatest cabinet ever assembled to deliver that much-needed and highly demanded accountability.
That was a very good answer. And that's from the heart. That's from the heart.
The Ukrainians have asked the International Court to go after Russia for using toxic chemicals in the fight. Germany and Germany and the Netherlands have had intelligence saying that. What does U.S. intelligence believe, and what do you believe about the use of?
See if we get a W out of this.
Would you agree that that's a case for the court?
Well, I'd ask John maybe to discuss it if you'd like, John.
Well, Mr. President, obviously.
Tickers ERO, ticker HBM, and ticker TGB all seeing activity on copper headlines.
Conflict and treaties, and obviously I can't share in this room with this audience the intelligence that I can share with you privately, but obviously you're not going to stand or allow for any violations of international law by anyone.
That's right. Thank you. Could I ask Sean?
For information purposes, list of stocks with
John Duffy,
possible impacts
great congressman,
posted in
very
the
popular.
high base block
48,
chat room for
47.
information purposes. Note the list is AI generated.
And he got bored with that.
Great entry.
He likes serving people.
We get 50 out of it? No.
The people. And could I ask you to just discuss a very important subject to me, and that's the modernization of our equipment at airports so that planes aren't crashing into each other and bad things don't happen. It should have been done many years ago. We were going to do it, and then the election precluded that, unfortunately, but we're doing it now. Could you tell them where we are?
Jeez.
Yeah, if I can
It
start with
gapping
Newark, you guys all covered
20 cents in this price action here.
for a couple 30-second outages a couple months ago. We have in 2 months, Mr. President, its historic speed laid new fiber lines for communication and tested those in the next month. So those new lines for the Philly Tracon that controls the Newark airspace, they're up and running. Lightning fast speed. June was the most on-time June ever in the history of Newark for air travel. So that's going incredibly well. By the way, we shouldn't have dealt with this because Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg had moved the center from New York to Philadelphia. They didn't test the lines. They didn't do the work, which is what brought us all these problems. But in the big beautiful bill, we got $12.5 billion. This is a historic investment in air traffic control. And so what the money is going to allow us to do is move from copper to fiber all over the country. So new copper lines. We think we can do that in a year and a half to 2 years. We have radar that dates back to the 1950s, some of it from the 60s and 70s. We get brand new radar across the country as well. We have some infrastructure money to build TRACONs and centers, the en route centers that control the traffic across the country. So this is a
All
massive
right, got a little
start to rebuild
W set up here to break this level and hopefully a high day if we're lucky.
Americans think that their government takes care of them and makes the investments that are necessary to make the country work. And for 30, 40 years, the investments weren't made. And so under your leadership and direction, we are making those investments. And per your direction, right now we are interviewing
One fill,
what we could call
two
a
fills.
contractor or an integrator. One company to manage. It's a massive project. The FAA is not qualified to manage this kind of a project. So
Nope.
we are now going through the process of finding who that one company will be to manage the whole project. We'll interview those companies together and make that selection. So we'll write one big beautiful check to one beautiful company that'll be responsible for this. This
Didn't
whole
go.
build. But if I just make one last point, this is not enough money. We're going to need more. But this is a massive new start. The biggest investment. We'll need some more money on top of it, but a great start from the big beautiful.
It's a starter.
The starter.
It's very important to us. And just to cover that, you know, there have been accidents, and my pilots, I would often hear them say, "Oh, good," and they would use a different system, a different country to land in New York. They'd use the radar.
Ticker
and other
NVO,
things. They were
November
different
Victor
country. I
Oscar
said,
shares
"What's that
continue to
other
sell
thing?"
off.
"Oh,
New
our
lows,
system is
NVO.
so bad." And I knew that. We were all set to start. And Boudet Edge came in, and what they did was so crazy because they hooked the
Shares of
copper
Eli Lilly
into
also selling
fiber,
off. New lows. This comes
into
after
steel,
earlier
into
comments
coal.
from
They had
Trump
all
on
different
pharma
systems.
action.
They had hundreds and hundreds of contractors.
Daily cuck
different
potential here.
contractors for different
68.58.
billions
These
of
pharma
dollars.
stocks.
And they made the system worse because you can't hook copper into fiber. It doesn't work that way. You just can't do it. It's not doable, but they tried to do it. Didn't work out too well. And in the end, it was
Don't
just
freaking put a
complete
cock in
disaster.
right now.
We want to have one great company. Now, Raytheon's going to bid. IBM's going to bid. We have 5 or 6 bidders that really are good and do this stuff.
Unbelievable. It did
and
immediately.
what
Immediately.
I tell, because I know about overruns, I look at the
Bullshit.
railroad out in California, headed up by one of the worst governors in our country, who I used to get along with actually, but he's just, you know, when you lose 25,000 houses and you would have had your cities burned down. If we didn't step in, Los Angeles would have been burned to the ground. But you look at that, and I said, I really know how to build. And you got to have one guy, one contractor, one great one, whether it's IBM or Raytheon is good, but you have 4 or 5 that are really, really great.
Crypto and Ethereum ETF seen a spike in activity, new highs.
One doing the wire and one doing the digging,
Why?
and one doing the demolition, and then they're all saying they all blame each other because they're saying they were late and therefore you have to pay me millions of dollars more money. I know the system so well.
There's IBM and Raytheon. Trump says Raytheon will bid. IBM will bid for SAA overhaul.
Fantastic price. Maybe we'll get them. They're very big and very strong, and maybe we'll get them to make a
Can't
contribution
remember
toward getting it done at the right price. But we're going to have a great system. When we finish, we will have the best system on earth, done by one of the 2 or 3 best companies. There are only a few companies can do this. This is not. But if you would have seen what this other group did, they were going crazy. They had, I heard 3,000 contractors, and then when it all came together, guess what? It didn't work. It's a disaster. So we're going to have in a pretty short period of time. It's going to take us about 2 years to build it, and we'll have a contract given out probably over the next couple of months. We have some great bidders, some great companies that want to do the job. You're going to have great air traffic control.
Can I just make one last point on this? So the last administration signed a contract with an American company to fix the copper to fiber, and that contract was a 15-year contract. The system is failing today, but that's how idiotic and incompetent the last administration was. And under your leadership, we're saying, listen, we don't have time. We don't have 15 years.
Come
we
on.
don't have 5 years. We have to do it
Freaking A, man.
right now. And so the president always talks about on time and on budget. We have embraced that. We are going to be on time and on budget. And by the way, you mentioned a train out in California. Stay tuned for probably give us 5 days and you'll have an answer on what's going to happen with the $4 billion that we potentially have invested on a train that's going to go nowhere. It's going to be $120 billion. They'll never connect San Francisco to LA. Again, the last administration wasted so much money on projects
Every
that
time.
never work. If you're going to have high-speed rail, you're gonna invest billions, we should actually have high-speed rail in America, not boondoggles that fund political friends and allies and family
They have from
members.
San Francisco, inside of San Francisco to inside of Los Angeles. It should have never been built because airplanes do it better. And you could drive it. You could drive it. No problem with driving it. The roads aren't even crowded. So they were going to do this. Somebody's idea. Somebody got paid off a lot of money, and they started it. It was going to cost a very small amount of money, and it ended up costing literally hundreds of times what the original. And now what they did is they said, well, going into the city is too big a deal, so we'll leave it 25 miles short of the city. So now they're leaving it. They're not going to finish it really. It's not the same project. So now they're leaving it outside of San Francisco and outside, short of each. They just want to get it done, and it's. I've never seen cost overruns. You know, if you have a cost overrun of 10%, you should be ashamed of yourself. 20%, you should not do any more jobs. This is a cost overrun of 2,000%.
I think Kodak KODK shares our senior
It's
spike
unlimited,
connectivity
and it's
node.
not
We
finished.
note the social
And
media
maybe
circulations
it will
on that
never
name.
be finished. I
KODK.
told Sean, look at it from every standpoint.
Kodak
We don't
shares
wanna-
popping
you know,
here, Kilo Oscar,
we have
Delta Kilo.
Federal money going into that, and it's like
KODK.
throwing it out the window. So whatever you can do to stop it.
$15 billion and not one track has been laid. $15 billion and we're 16 years into the project, not one track.
What?
Kodak 654 now popping here.
On New York, you're the most prominent Republican in the country.
Continued heavier activity KODK. Note social media circulations on
Talking
possible
to Paul out.
positive catalyst firms. KODK is
I don't want to be a wise guy. Perhaps I could.
That guy is Benzinga. He's the high beta squat on Benzinga.
Republican voters in the city to vote in the upcoming mayoral election. Should they vote for Eric
Shut up,
Adams?
good banana.
Should they vote for Sliwa? Should they pick someone else?
Trump said want to have one company for air traffic control modernization. IBM will bid. Will take IBM and Raytheon will bid. Will take 2 years to build. We'll have contract probably over the next couple of months.
Stores of John Catsimatidis, who's a great guy, a rich guy, grocer, does a good job, wants to take over. He actually called me the other day. He's concerned his stores are going to be taken from him, and they won't be run like John runs them. Believe me, he runs a good operation. But he actually said he wants to run his own grocery stores. No, this is a man who's not very capable, in my opinion, other than he's got a good line of bullshit, and he's convinced them to go with him. Now, as you know, Cuomo, who does have capability, is running, but he got knocked out, and now they're running as you have Eric Adams, the current mayor, you have Cuomo, and you have Curtis Sliwa. And Curtis runs every 4 years. He seems to be a fixture on the running scale. But you know, it's I'm not getting involved. But I can tell you this: I used to say we will not ever be a socialist country, right? Well, I'll say it again: we're not going to have. If a communist gets elected to run New York, it can never be the same. But we have tremendous power at the White House to run places when we have to. We could run D.C. I mean, we're looking at D.C. We don't want crime in D.C. We want the city to run well. Susie Wiles is working very closely with the mayor, and they're doing all right. I mean, in the sense that we would run it so good, it would be run so proper. We'd get the best person to run it. The crime would be down to a minimal, would be much less. And, you know, we're thinking about doing it. To be honest with you, we want a capital that's run flawlessly, and it wouldn't be hard for us to do it. And we've had a good relationship with
Trump
the
said
mayor.
we are thinking of taking over
Testing it to
governance
see
of
if it works.
Washington, D.C.
But New York City will run properly. We're going to bring New York back. I love New York. You know, I loved New York for a long time. Then we had a bunch of crooked people in there. You have an attorney general who's a total
That's bad. Getting up
stone-cold
there.
crook. New York State, Letitia James, a total crook. All they do is want to go after political opponents. They do what's ever expeditious for them. She's the one that took out Cuomo because she wanted to run for governor, and then she ended up getting 1% of the vote. She polled at 1%. She dropped out, went back to attorney general. You have a lot of crooked things going on in New York. We're going to straighten out New York. Maybe we're going to have to straighten it out from Washington. But when I see a communist who has actually gotten a Democrat, pretty much gotten the Democrat nomination, they also went to that new form of voting, which is a beauty. You go in there in third place, you come out in first. That's that form of voting that they have gone to. You know what I'm talking about. It's not too good. We're going to do something for New York. I can't tell you what yet, but we're going to make New York great again also. We're going to make it great again with the country. What we've done in this country in the last 6 months, nobody has ever seen it. And I told the story, the King of Saudi Arabia, I was over there. They gave us $5.1 trillion between Saudi Arabia and UAE, Qatar. 3 stops, $5.1 trillion coming into our country as an investment, biggest investment ever made. And it's all going to good stuff. I mean, all real big, good stuff. Energy projects, big, big things. They all 3 told me essentially the same thing. We thought your country was dead, and now you've got the hottest country in the world. We're right now riding the hottest country. We all, and you can all be proud of it. We're in the hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. There's nobody close. Made hotter by some great pilots and great machines that nobody else has. Those great, big, beautiful machines, they rode those machines right into the toughest territory, and nobody knew what the hell happened. And then they hit their targets perfectly, and it was complete and total obliteration. And that's why that war ended, Steve. They told me that's why the war ended. The war ended when they saw
Trump
that.
said he's not getting involved in the New York City mayor's
we're very
race.
proud of it. But we have the hottest country in the world right now, from a country that was close to dead. And if I didn't win, if you would have had the other person win, we all know who she is, whether it was she or Biden. They're the same. He may have been more competent than her, and that's hard to believe, right? But if you had that ideology in, I don't believe you would have had a country anymore. I think you would have had a country that was broken up. But we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country in the world, and everybody knows it, and everybody said it. Mr. Vice President, do you have anything to say?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I'm very proud of the whole team. I think everybody has worked together. You see Pete and Marco and Steve working on some of the diplomacy, Christy and Pam working on the border. We just have a really, really solid team, and we've done a lot of good work. And in particular, I want to congratulate the White House staff led by the President on getting the One Big Beautiful Bill passed. Yeah. I was personally skeptical, sir. I never told you this, but I was skeptical we'd be able to get that thing done by July 4th. We did it because we worked together and we worked very well. So it's an honor to be a part of it, but I'm really proud of you guys for doing a great job.
The beautiful thing about it, it had something for everyone.
That's right.
Most people said it had to be broken into 7 bills. It's so big. The problem was that some of those 7 have nothing for anyone, but they had to be done for the country. You know, sometimes you have to do things for the country that aren't necessarily popular. We had a couple of them, and that wouldn't have worked. So the One Big Beautiful Bill, many people said it could never be approved. Too big, too...
BTCS juice monster,
much.
damn.
But it had something very big and very important for everyone, and it's great for the country. And remember, the Democrats have come up with a false narrative, you know, just whatever. It's just a line that they send to everybody and that they print. I think in the case of this, it's
Rescheduling? Yeah,
Death.
I'd do it.
Everyone's going to die. I heard that. Everyone's going to, just the opposite. Everyone's going to live. What we're doing is saving our country and making it much bigger, better, and stronger than it ever was. I'd like to ask, Marco's been doing such a great job. Do you have anything to say?
Well, it's just going through a list here, Mr. President, and I think the Vice President's pointed out to the great team you have, and all these achievements that have happened domestically. But you think about it, under your leadership, we prevented and ended a war between India and Pakistan. NATO's now at 5% for the first time ever, the highest numbers ever. A peace deal between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. A 12-day war that ended with an American operation that we're the only country in the world that could have done. Hopefully, pretty soon, a peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. The entire Middle East and the infrastructure of it has the potential now to change because of Syria and Lebanon, and it hasn't even been 6 months.
Sure.
It hasn't even been 6 months, so it's a straight testament to your leadership in this thing.
Well, thank you very much, and you've done a fantastic job. Could I just ask Linda, she's involved in so much, she's so
Come on,
talented,
46,
so good.
49.
She's working on a couple of little things like Harvard, who was given
48. Yeah, baby.
a short period of time.
Get you some of that yum yum. Get you some of that yum yum.
You want to bring education back to the schools. How are you doing?
Well, absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. I think on the big, beautiful bill, what we saw, with school choice, that's finally on a national basis at the state level, but there are opportunities now for scholarships more and more often for kids who are attending schools. It's going to be a big turnaround. I think one of the biggest accomplishments we had over the past week was the University of Pennsylvania with the Title IX ruling that Leah Thomas was.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Title, Riley Gaines and Paula Scanlon and other women who have stood, so strong against men and women's sports. And when you put out the executive order, that just solidified and gave them the opportunity. So those are a couple of really, really big wins, and thank you for that opportunity.
And how are you doing with Columbia and Harvard?
We're negotiating hard. I think we're getting close to having that happen. It's not wrapped up as fast as
I'm on at 52. Not
You've done a
54.
fantastic job. Thank you very much.
You've been a good team.
Yep, you have a great team.
Around this table, a lot of people.
Damn.
That's right.
Give me a 65 break.
Maybe just in closing, we spent a lot of time, effort, very little money.
Shit.
On
Okay.
this room. This is called the Cabinet Room. It's been here for a long time. And it had some pictures that were not many of them and not very good ones. And I actually spent time in the vaults. The vaults are where we have a lot of great pictures and artwork. And I picked it all myself. I'm very proud of it. That's Andrew Jackson, great Andrew Jackson. That's a gentleman named, and we call him President Polk. He was sort of a real estate guy. He was, people don't realize he was a one-termer, but he was a very good president. But, and I'm not sure I should be doing this, he actually gave us the state of California. He was the one. He was the one that hooked it up. So I'm not sure, maybe he won't be there for long. But if you notice, the frame is the exact same size almost as the other one is Andrew Jackson. So that was a part of the reason too, I have to be honest. But Polk was actually a very good president who's got the same frame that I needed, okay? And up here you have the original George Washington right behind the light. And then you have Dwight Eisenhower, who was a very underrated president, built the interstate system, and he was the toughest president, I guess, until we came along. But I don't mind giving up that crown, because I don't want to be too tough on it, but we want to be humane. But he was the toughest president on immigration. He was very strong at the borders. Very
Aspect coming up to that high day level. We got to watch this.
He was strong on the borders, and during a certain period of time, they were so strong that almost every farmer in California went bankrupt. And we have to remember that. We have to work together. We have to remember that. But he was a very good president and a very good general and a very good president. And I thought he deserved a position somewhere on this floor. And then you have, this is very exciting to me, he was not a Republican, to put it mildly, but he was, he was a four-termer. He was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And if you notice, there were a lot of ramps outside. We have ramp, people say it's an unusual place for a ramp. It was because of him. He was wheelchair bound, but he was an amazing man. It's an amazing portrait, and we used to have him in the room, a different portrait, and it was a terrible portrait. It was almost like it was done by a child. And I used to say, I can't believe that he would have approved of that portrait of himself. And I was in the vaults and looking at things. I said, what's that? And we have some great curators here. We have 6 curators at the White House. They have 2 for paintings, they have them for furniture, they have them for different things. I guess cost is no object. Okay, cost is, maybe I'd have 1, but that's all right. But we have 6, and they're very talented, though. And he said, that's a picture of FDR. I said, really? Let me see it. They took off the wrappings, very well preserved. And I said, that's the picture they've been looking for years. That was the picture of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And I said, oh, wow. And likewise, that fit for C-frame.
Oh, wow.
It just doesn't work. It doesn't work if you have, I want to be nice, but it doesn't work if you have a big frame, a little frame, but it's like perfection. I'm a perfectionist. The mirror was down in the vaults also. I said, where is this from? And it's a very old, very storied mirror, beautiful. We put that up. And then over there is Honest Abe Lincoln, and that picture was in his bedroom, and we thought that this would be a very important place because this is where wars are ended. I'm not going to say wars are declared. I'm going to say wars are ended. Okay, we'll be positive. And that's the picture of Abe Lincoln from his bedroom. Sat in the bedroom for many, many years. That was his favorite picture of himself. And the Lincoln bedroom's very famous. You remember when Bill Clinton had it and he rented it out to people. Okay?
Anybody done a tour of the White House?
But it's an incredible room, and we took that picture.
I'd like to do that someday.
From his bedroom.
Do they still do that? I don't even know if they still do
And then
that.
over here you have John Adams, and it's they were the first occupants of the White House, 1800, and John Quincy Adams, Mrs. Adams, they were the first occupants. So we have them looking at each other, and in between their stare is Abraham Lincoln, trying to make
Subrutius.
peace. And that picture was in a room that I have that was not important, like the cabinet. I gave it up. I said, I have to give it up because that's one of the greatest pictures of the White House. The White House is tremendous art. And the Oval Office, when we're there, we'll go over that. That's really been something. Then we got the drapes, and we got the whole thing. We got new drapes. We got new, wasn't a big expense, very, very small. And we took some of the
High day incoming.
silverware and trophy-ware, they call it, from the vaults, and we had it cleaned up. Hadn't been shined up in 100 years. Some of this is
Like a tractor beam.
over 100 years. Amazing. Over 100 years. Many of the pictures that were put up in the Oval Office, as an example, those two as an example. So he was president. They moved in 1800, and he won the election, I believe, in November of 1800. John Quincy Adams. And we thought that would be, he was considered to be a good president, and he was the first occupant of the White House, so it sort of made sense. And I love the frame of those pictures. Look at those frames, you know? I'm a frame person. Sometimes I like frames more than I like the pictures. And we have the flags of the Marines, and Space Force now has its own flag. I'm very proud of Space Force, but the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Space Force, the whole thing. And Coast Guard is right there.
Come on.
Coast Guard, they do a great job. So we have the flags throughout the office, and it's really become
There we
quite a
go.
beautiful place. I don't want to tell this. Oh, Marco pointed it out. I was going to leave the clock. So as president, you have the power. If I go into the State Department or Department of Commerce or Treasury, if I see anything that I like, I'm allowed to take it. Do you believe this? So I'm in Marco's. I see this gorgeous clock, grandfather clock, and there it is. I said, Marco.
Took his clock.
I had to read him the rule and regulation. I said, Marco, I love this clock. Look at it. It's beautiful. He said, what clock? I said, the clock that's in the other room is incredible, and nobody gets to see it there. Marco, I tried to talk him into it first, and it sort of worked, and then I had to use a little more. I said, I'd love to take that clock out and put it in the cabinet room. He said, no, are you serious? I said, Marco, I have the right to do it, Marco. And he said, all right, what the hell? So that's his contribution to the cabinet room. But it's, by the way, it's an incredible clock. And, you know, it's an important room. So you may see it again. Maybe we'll move it back.
The funny thing is you can totally see,
Anyway, so
you can totally believe that conversation went down like that.
Here we put out, you know, these lamps have been very important, actually.
Sir, I'd like to talk to you about tariffs today.
If you see pictures
Marco,
like
stop what you're doing. We need to talk about this clock.
movies about
Marco,
White House,
say
where
nothing.
wars are being
That
discussed.
clock, I
Oftentimes
need
they
it.
show those lamps or something like those lamps, something that looks like them, probably not the reals, because I don't think they were allowed to. This is a very important room. This is a sacred room, and I don't think they made movies from here. You never know what they do. But they were missing medallions. See the medallions on top? They had a chain going into the ceiling. And I said, you can't do that. You have to have a medallion. They said, what's a medallion? I said, I'll show you. And we got some beautiful medallions, and you see them. They were put up there. It makes the lamps look better. So these changes, and you know, when you think of it, the cost was almost nothing. We also painted the room a nice color, beige color. been really something. The only question is, will I gold leaf the corners? You could maybe tell me my cabinet could take a vote. You see the top line moldings, and the only question is, do you gold leaf it? Because you can't paint it. If you paint it, it won't look good because they've never found a paint that looks like gold. You see that in the Oval Office. They've tried for years and years. Somebody could become very wealthy, but they've never found a paint that looks like gold. So painting it is easy, but it won't look right. And the question is whether or not we should gold leaf it. Linda, do you have an opinion?
I gold leaf it.
You like it the way?
No, I gold leaf it.
You'd gold leaf it?
Yeah.
Who would gold leaf it? Could I raise you? How about, would you gold leaf it?
Who's gonna vote against what Trump wants?
Well, McKinley was a great president who never got credit. In fact,
Who in there is gonna be like, yeah,
they changed
no, I
the
don't
name
like
of
your
it to
idea.
McKinley, and I changed it back because he should have been.
This is the
people
circle
of
jerk
Ohio
session.
were- he was
Come
the
on.
governor of Ohio. The people of Ohio were very happy when I did that. I heard they were very insulted. They took the name of Mount McKinley off. That was done by Obama a little while ago, and I had to change it back. I changed it back. He actually was a great president. He was a president. He was the tariff, the most, I guess, since me. I think I'm going to outdo him, but he was a tariff president. He believed that other countries should pay for the privilege of coming into our country and taking our jobs and taking our treasure. That's the way he explained it. They took our jobs and they took our treasure, and for that they should pay. And he made them pay, and he built a tremendous fortune. In fact, in 1887, they had the Great Tariff Committee was set up in 1887 because our country had so much money, we didn't know what to do with it. And they set up a committee of, as they called them, elites, a term that we have to change because I think a lot of the people that are elites aren't elite. I think the people that aren't elite are elite, so we're going to have to maybe switch that around somehow. But they had a committee that was set up to spend the money because it was such a large amount of money. At that time, it was nobody had seen anything like it. And it all came in from tariffs. And people didn't pay tax. There was no income tax system. I told you that came back in 1913. That came back and lived well for a while. And then you had the Great Depression. And then later they tried to bring back tariffs, but the whole thing was, this was after the Depression. It was one of the great misconceptions. Is people like to say, oh, but it was during the, but no, the country had a Great Depression, and then after the Depression, long after it started, they brought back tariffs to see if they could save it, but it took them really 25 years. When you say about 25 years to get out of the Great Depression, a lot of people don't understand that. But I thought it would be interesting for you to get a little view of this room. This is a very important room, very powerful room, great room. And we've done similar, but even beyond this, in the Oval Office, we brought back pictures of some of the great presidents. Many of them were in the vaults for over 100 years. Originals all, beautiful, beautiful things. And rather than sitting in a vault downstairs for 128 years, I thought we should display that, and we did that, I think, in a really good way. We've gotten very high marks. But it's interesting. People walk into that room and they look around the room. They don't even want to talk to me. They could look at it for hours. It's funny when people come into the Oval Office. It's such an incredible. It's a sacred place. When people come into the Oval from the biggest people in the world, presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, in one case at least, queens, and the biggest business people in the world. They walk into that office and. They always say, there's no place like this in the whole world in terms of the power. It's beautiful and all, but there are other beautiful offices. You have businessmen that have offices that are, full floors of office buildings, floor-to-ceiling glass, and they walk in there and they say, there's no place like this anywhere in the world. There's no place. And, it's what it represents maybe more than the physicality of the room itself. So it's an honor to have you all, media. It's an honor to have you. I just want to say we have a fantastic cabinet. Every one of them is a star in my book. And if they're not, I'll let you know about it. I'll throw them to the wolves. I'll throw them to the wolves in 2 seconds because our country comes first, right? But I just want to thank you all for being here. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
some other time. Thank you.
Thank you, press.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you, press.
Are we talking about next week or next?
We got some movers out of that one. Sorry, fam. It's got a ways to go. How do you know to get into SPN? No, this isn't. There's no news on it. This is just technicals, all that I was playing. It's kind of giving you some structure here. Back these down though, so you got to be careful. I'm gonna call it though. $8,600 this week is ridiculous. Oh. Be back at it tomorrow. I ended up making 4,000 yesterday. Beta Check had a banger of a news play. Can't remember it. Around 2 or 3 o'clock. Today's $8,600. It's just stupid at this point. Got to keep riding it while it's hot though, because it will cool down and it will suck. Son of a bitch, Nene. Yep, gotta ride it hard. Gotta ride it while the riding's good. All right, be back out tomorrow. Probably same. Well, I don't really want to do booty market stuff, but apparently it was hot. Luke with the golden tomato. Let's go. So we'll see. If I get stuck watching Warhammer again, maybe I won't be up in the morning. But we're doing good. Don't want to dick things up. So probably the same time. Peace out.